Region, joined by Randy Opplinger, the Sport Fish Coordinator for the Division of Wildlife Resources and also the division's representative on the council. Joined by Rex Infanger. Rex is a warm water representative. Joined by Russ Lawrence, representative for the Northern Region. And also joined by TJ Sokolos, who is an at-large representative. If other folks join, I will announce them when they do join. I don't think I missed anyone, but if I did, please speak up now. All right, not hearing anyone. I sent out the agenda a while ago, and the first item on the agenda is review and approval of the minutes from our October 20th, 2020 meeting. So I was wondering if anyone had any additional edits beyond those I circulated to the council. No feedback, no comments. Rex, you got any feedback?
I checked them against my notes and I couldn't see anything, Bert, that if we missed it, it wasn't something that I could get written down.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the minutes as amended. If there are any objections, please speak up. Otherwise, we'll do this by unanimous consent. Any objections? Okay. The minutes are adopted. We are still in need of minutes from November meeting where we scored waters for 2020 and also the January meeting. We did not meet in December. At any rate, looking forward to reviewing those. And now we move into our regional reports. And as I indicated last month, I make a point of rotating the order so that the Central Region does not always go first. So first up is Northern Region, and we have both Clint and Russ on the call today. So not sure which one of you is going to take it, but take it away.
Russ was making it sound like he wasn't going to be here today, but I had planned on presenting anyways today. So there's not a lot to report in the region going on right now. I will say, and the reason being is, and I think a lot of the regions are this way, we're working on a WRI projects, getting those presented, kind of winding down that part of our job and asking for money that way, getting ready for next month's meeting if we're presenting to Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council for that stuff. We're writing reports, trying to get out a little bit of fishing if possible, but as a whole, there's not a whole lot that's really happening. We're getting ready for our walleye spawn next month, which may make it a little difficult for that Blue Ribbon Habitat Council meeting to be attended. I'll do my best if I'm not bouncing up and upside down on a boat that day during the walleye spawn. So I do want to give just making mention that the region was able to arrest a guy that we've been watching for the last 5 or 6 years. Him and his family have been winning every fishing tournament here in the region. They were able to capture him at the Ice Addictions Ice Fishing Derby or tournament a couple weeks ago. Sounds like they have a pretty good case now. Now we can start watching and watching how they're doing it. It seems as if they were catching fish laden with eggs, supposedly curing them, putting them in drink bottles, and then either spitting those eggs, taking a drink and spitting them into the water to chum, or just dumping it a little at a time, attracting fish. But that was one good thing that came out of the tournament. They caught 20 or 30 rainbows. Nobody caught a tag fish, so that was just given in a draw at the end of that tournament.
Clint,
Yeah.
did you mention where this ice addiction tournament took place and where
No,
the person was captured?
This was at Echo this year. Shantae and her sister had competed in a women's tournament last year or the year before. This family won that with a wife or a daughter. So they've made it a point to, at least if they're not taking first place, they're taking second or third in every tournament in the last 5-6 years. So it's just not possible to I wish I was that good, right? Like I could just go and win something like that. I'm not that good. Maybe there's somebody here that is, that could win a tournament after tournament, but it was just not right. Like we just couldn't figure out how they were doing it. They finally, because there was no ice houses allowed and the hole was drilled specifically for them, they were able to catch them. Had 3 undercover guys that sounded like watching too. So made a good point. They had suspected the same guy at Rockport. They just couldn't pin it. So they couldn't take that. But when you put money up for grabs and the amount that this tournament is bringing to a tournament, it brings out all kinds of folks. And as a kid, it was a $500, all the prizes couldn't add up to more than $500 in order to have a tournament. And now we're talking tens of thousands of dollars. And so that was really good. That's happened since we last met. Like I said, we're getting ready for the walleye spawn, trying to figure out dates for a shortened egg take at Bear Lake this year. Again, just because of COVID, a lot of the work, or almost all the work for the walleye spawn, will be done here in the region. Our regional supervisors not allowing others to come and participate just because of COVID. So it's going to be a heavy load. It's going to be a heavy lift on the region. Not allowing volunteers, so it'll just be the biologists and manager and our technicians, it sounds like, running boats, and some regional staff here as well. So other than that, I don't have anything additional to bring to the council.
Any reports from Lost Creek Reservoir or any projects that you're looking for funding at the March meeting that you'd like to highlight?
The 2 projects that I am part of is the Weaver River Watershed meeting project. It's a watershed wide proposal. My guess is Paul Burnett will probably present that. I will be present at that meeting, in case questions are asked. But that's a big one. We're looking for a lot of money to do a lot of projects. We were asked by Tyler Thompson and by Jim Bocut to consolidate all of our projects into one big one within the Weber, instead of asking for 5 or 6 or 7 every year just to consolidate it. So we did. And it's a big money ask. I understand that, but that's what we were asked to do. Gives us a better score, wraps in some other projects that normally wouldn't be in a aquatics kind of presentation or a project. The other one was I will be, as it stands now, I was really hoping to have a firm online for Lost Creek to do all of the surveying and all of that, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen very quickly. I sent out to 5 different firms. I heard from 2, so by policy I had to reach out to a couple other firms. Still waiting back for those to come back by next Friday, and then Chris and Cody and I hopefully will be able to pick one of those that comes back. I at least had interest right as soon as I sent the second set of emails out by a firm, so we'll see how that goes. So my ask for Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council money for Lost Creek may be substantially less, and I may just have to ask for money for the design and surveying of those instead of an implementation, because I think it's going to take me a lot longer than a month or 2 to get all the permits needed federally and through the state to get a new boat ramp poured. or an addition to the boat ramp that's there, poured. I don't think I'll have the time to get that in this fall. So those are the two that I have, Bert. That's just kind of what's on my plate. It's just not going to be feasible, I don't think, and I don't want to rush them trying to get something in that we won't be able to use for another year and a half. So I might just be asking for survey money for Lost Creek.
Do you have a date for that Weber River Confluence gathering workshop?
With Western Division AFS meeting this year, and I think our local chapter meeting this year, Paul has opted to just have that be canceled this year. And so we'll get back to that one probably next year. It's just so hard to get everything put together for that meeting and Western AFS. There's a lot of guys here that are on this council that understand the pull and the draw that is needed to make Western Division AFS work and happen this year. So, and Paul is a main player there. So he's kind of leader of the partnership, and that conference has taken precedence over Confluence this year.
All right, thanks. Russ, did you have anything you wanted to add? Have you been out fishing in the northern region at all?
This month I have not been. I've been doing a lot of remodeling and stuff, taking my time. But also worked the World Cup up at Deer Valley, so that took a couple weeks there too. But I had a question for Clint. Clint, were you on that WRI call where the projects were presented and field trip was discussed?
Yeah.
Okay. They talked about showcasing a few of the Weber River projects for the summer field trip, along with some of the stuff the Forest Service is doing as well. Do you know what Scott's going to do on that?
I really don't. I haven't heard from Scott at all. Kind of my understanding was if we were going to go out on the North Slope and look at the burnt beaver stuff, that it'd probably be an all-day project. And it sounded like they were leaning towards combining with the Northeastern region maybe during that day. Tyler was going to reach out to the Northeastern region and see if they could combine on both sides. So I don't know. I haven't heard anything after the meeting, but that's
Okay.
kind of what I understood.
Well, if we end up showcasing some of those, or even next year, for example, we should definitely get or make an invite to Blue Ribbon to tag along as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that'd be a great opportunity for them to see where their money's has been spent and some of the changes that have been made on the Weber. So, and hopefully at that time we'll have a new diversion in place for the Riverdale Bench Canal. A long-going effort by Paul and I to get that one taken care of. That'd be a really good one to showcase if we're at that point. So, yeah, that's great. That's a great point, Russ.
Thanks, Clint.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Any questions for the northern region from the council?
Clint, this is Rex. I have one. We've lost a fair amount of Weber River drainage to some of these fairly large private entities. Is that going to have an impact on how this is approached? I mean, a lot of acreage kind of got bought up, didn't it?
Yeah, there's been a lot of changes. And maybe I'll touch on one of those. I've had in the last week, I've had two landowners that I've contacted or they've contacted me that they have sold. One on the Weber specifically, which affects half a mile of Weber and a half a mile or 3/4 of a mile of East Canyon Creek there at the confluence. For angling access that is gone. I was really hoping that the landowner that I've always dealt with was the one that had bought the family property. Thurston Ranch has been in Utah and have been a ranch for over 100 years. So they're a century farm. And I was hoping that Todd would have purchased that. I talked to him last Friday, and he did not. I don't even know the people who bought the 70 acres on the bottom. Kind of breaks my heart to lose some access there in a place that's so heavily privatized. The other one is a property that was on the east side of Bear Lake, about 5,000 acres for hunting and a little over 2 miles of fishing access there. He's packing up and moving to the east side of Wyoming, trying to set his kids up in a better situation. That one is still up in the air. He's trying to look at landowners and people that are wanting to buy it if they do not want to keep up with the rest rotation that he has for the grazing that he has set up, or want to continue the practices that him and I have put in place. He's not even considering them for buying the property. He's kind of holding that one really close to his chest at this point, which I'm very grateful for. As far as the region goes, it probably has, if it's not the number one lek, it's probably number 2 in the region for an amount of sage grouse that lek on his property every spring. Birds in numbers of close to, if not over 200 birds on a lek at a time. It's a very, very substantial sage grouse lek in the spring. And so he's concerned about that. So yeah, Rex, there's lots of things that are happening. We can only hope that the landowners that are buying will, in the future allow access. At this point, the one on the Weber is not. And that's kind of a crappy deal for anglers anyways at this point. So I know Rachel's trying to add some properties. The unfortunate part is she has to have some fall out in order to pay that payment. And so she's looking for other pieces of ground at this point to replace those that are coming out of the program. It's just, it kind of is a fact of life. The almighty dollar is held pretty high right now, and it's really hard to compete, with a $1,200 a year payment when they can make so much more, but just by selling it. And so it's difficult, and it'll be that way for a little while. I think hopefully we'll be able to get some of that stuff back.
I will reserve comment on access issues, but I will note that the Utah Stream Access Coalition prevailed on the Upper Weber in a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. I understand that there are some landowners on the Upper Weber who have yet to get the word or accept the ruling of Utah's highest court. So I know the division continues to work to try to inform the landowners. But the situation on the part of the Weber you're talking about, the Lower Weber, has yet to be addressed by Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. But maybe someday, at least in terms of public access to the beds and banks. That doesn't solve the problem of getting people to the river from the nearest public access point. And so these are issues that I'm sure the division will be involved in the future, providing alternative easements and access. But it's a little ways off before Forestry, Fire, and State Lands makes any sort of motion or movement on the Lower Weber, as I understand it.
Yeah, Wasatch Peaks Ranch, that's here by Mountain Green, purchased a piece of property that, as biologists, we've been able to access right there at the Mountain Green off ramp, basically, and do our work and tag cutthroats and float through for blueheads and put a raft in or take one out there if we need to. And unfortunately, that was also sold. It was, there wasn't enough zeros on the check for a number of years by this group, and finally, when it was decided to be sold, the landowner that was doing the selling, he's like, if I sell this property, it will kill me. And within 15 minutes of signing that deed, he was dead. So broke the landowners' hearts. The guy that I had been working with said, I never thought it would be something that would be literally, happen, but it did. It caused him enough stress that he died within 15 minutes of selling that. So the families now, had a huge come apart and very dysfunctional. Everybody's fighting each other, and it's very, very heartbreaking to see some of these things happen. So, I'm just a guy on the outside that tries to get work done and tries to get access, and that was my job in the past, and I still try to find ways for the public to get in on places like that. But it's really tough. And this current situation of property being valued so high it makes it really, really tough for us to compete with some of the things we do. So Sorno's work and my work on doing some river restoration for access is becoming more and more popular or important, I should say. Maybe not so popular, but more important for access.
And this sale at Mountain Green is going to limit your ability to sample and survey?
Well, the new owners say that it will not. It will still be able to access that and use that. But it was, there were certain people. Sorry, my computer's about to die. There were a few individuals that were allowed some access to the property, and that's all gone away at this point. So there's nobody allowed on it. It's heavily posted, and it will be for those that pay their $125,000 a year HOA fees. They get to fish this stretch of the Weaver River for being a member of the very highly elite club, I guess, which really sucks. So I know that you're withholding and biting your tongue, Bert, but the ruling on that lower Weaver, if that was to ever happen, would be a great win now at this point, because that's pretty much closed off from Mountain Green to the Peterson exit is going to be really, really hard. And it's even difficult sometimes for us to get access in there to do our work. So.
All right. Well, any further questions? Larry has a comment.
Yeah, Clint, I know a property owner in Colville owns both sides of some of that common access down there. He's interested in doing some rehabilitation along that stretch of the Weber. And I'm wondering if I could just put you in touch with him. Kevin Hampton is his name. And put you in touch with him to talk about what he may want to do. He's an avid fisherman, loves to fly fish. I've been out with him quite a number of times. Got some beautiful water along that stretch and wants to improve it. So if I could put him in touch with you, I think he'd be grateful.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely fine, Larry.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
send him my way.
I'll do that. His name's Kevin Hampton. Real nice guy.
Okay, sounds good. Be willing, be grateful to work with him.
All right. Any further questions for the Northern region? Hearing none, let's move on. Next up is the Southeast region. Cal and Jordan are both present. Not sure who's going to give the update, but looks like Cal's ready to go.
I'll start off, Jordan. We're
You
kind of in
can
the
have
same
it, buddy.
phase. We're in the same phase as Clint in the Northern region. Just doing a lot of reports, preparing for WRI proposals here, presenting them in the next month or so. The region has been working on collecting northern pike down at recapture for disease testing over the past couple of months. It hopes to start netting and spawning pike here end of March, early April. So we're about ready to finish up collecting disease fish and start that project here in a month. The region has 3 projects, WRI projects that's going to be proposed. I don't know if all 3 or just one, or if any of them will be proposed to the Blue Ribbon Council. But we got phase 2 of our Huntington Creek project. This is a project. It's a collaborative project with the Forest Service and Trout Unlimited. We're looking at doing BDAs on Nuck Woodward Creek, which is a tributary to the right fork of Huntington Creek. We lost a population of Colorado River cutthroat trout in there from the fires and the debris flows in 2012 and 13. Last year we did a big project in there, and we're hoping to build off of that this year and continue to work on that with the Forest Service. We're hopeful for about $50,000 what we're asking, but this project is combined with a bunch of work with the Forest Service. So total, I think we're in the $1.3 million phase, proposed funding for everything with the forest, with some fire rehab and other wildlife related work. So one big project for the entire Manti, basically for the division and the Forest Service this year. So second project is
Cal,
yes.
before you go on, just for the benefit of the public and maybe some new council members that don't speak stream rehab, you want to say what a BDA is?
Yeah. Yes, it's a beaver dam analog, so it's a fake beaver dam. And there are also some PAL structures or log structures that basically we have down cut this channel by several feet, and we're trying to collect sediment as it comes down in the spring and the runoff to build that channel back up and to have some pool habitat. So the ones that were put in last year looked great. It went from 2 inches deep to about a foot and a half to 2 feet on a couple of sections of the stream. So it's going to do some great things for that little fishery here in the next near future.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So our second project is a collaborative project with the Forest Service on providing better ADA access to some of our fisheries on the Manti. We're looking at redoing some fishing trails with the Forest Service at 4 reservoirs and lakes, and then install a ADA fishing pier on Willow Lake, which is in the Farron drainage. And then third project is a collaborative project with Blanding City to get a boat dock installed at Recapture Reservoir. The city has also put funding towards plans for a potential new boat ramp, parking area, trail system, campground and stuff. So they're going to be working on that this summer to design a master plan and design of what they'd like to see improvements there at Recapture that and hopefully the division can help out with a lot of that project. So those are our three big things going on, our 3 projects proposed, and we're just kind of waiting to be able to present that to all the councils. That's really all I had.
Well, I think Blue Ribbon Council looks forward to hearing Blanding City's plans, and I'm not sure if there's anything the council can do to assist or advise. You're obviously the key point person there, but if there is anything the council can do, I look forward to hearing the plans. And as I mentioned previously, and I mentioned at steering committee, I had a great time fishing Recapture for pike when I was down there exploring and fishing Blanding number 4 as well. So I encourage Blanding to continue working to develop Recapture as a recreational destination.
Yeah, they're really excited for this project. I believe, meet next week to finalize their yearly budget, and they've set aside a pretty substantial amount of money just for Recapture to start on this project out of their funds. So And so far they've had really good feedback from the public down there too about this project. So I think over the next several years, we'll see multiple projects down there to improve the infrastructure.
Great. Any questions for Cal? And Jordan, did you have anything you would like to add?
I don't think so. I mean, it's kind of a slow time of year, so Cal's got it covered, I think. Just looking
Cal,
forward to getting out and starting to fish. So,
Cal, this is Rex. I just wondered, did Blanding City say anything about maybe doing anything with the road around Blanding number 4? Just did they have any comments on any upgrades with that particular water? Because it has been a candidate water, and we've really never brought recapture up as a specific candidate water for Blue Ribbon, whereas Blanding 4 has been a specific project.
They haven't commented back on anything like that on Blanding 4. They've just been really focused on recapture, just because it's so far in need of new ramp parking areas and stuff, that they're more wanting to get that one up to high production before they move over to back to Blanding 4 for any type of improvements.
Thank you.
so I do have one thing I kind of want to just bring up to the council, just to have on your radar. I don't have a lot of information on this yet, just kind of watching what's going on. Grand Canyon Trust reached out to me about the left fork of Huntington Creek and their desire to, in the forest plan revision, to redo that as a research natural area and try to get it designated as a wild and scenic river. So I don't know what my opinion is on that yet. I was supposed to have a conversation with them, and it didn't work out. But I think that it's something that we should be interested in. Either way that goes, they'll have to have a congressperson run a bill in DC to be able to designate it as wild and scenic. So it'll be kind of interesting to see what their angle is there.
Wonder whose district the West Fork of Huntington Creek resides in. I think
it's in District 3. So John Curtis.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Ken, go ahead.
I got a question. You're taking the capture of the northern pike. That's to create tiger muskies, right?
That's correct. They want to use the pike out of recapture as a secondary brood source, and I think keep them at Springville. Spawn them on the reservoir, take the eggs, move them to Springville, and then see if they're more of a docile fish for them to do the tiger muskie cross in the future, versus taking wild fish out of recapture or Yuba and then taking them to the hatchery.
Okay, I was just curious about that. I knew they were using Yuba, but I didn't know they were going to recapture.
Yeah, there's a couple of different. They're going to try a different cross, if I remember right, correctly, Randy, or something. They were trying something new with the recapture fish. So there's a two projects there that they're looking at to use the recapture and not worry about collecting extra fish at Yuba while they're down there.
Yeah, kind of where we're going with this is we've worked for a number of years developing a pike broodstock, a captive broodstock. One of the reasons for that's traditionally down to Yuba, and I think probably some of the same issues at recapture, just the sheer number of fish that we have to collect and the effort that goes into that. And I think there's some interest in having that captive broodstock. Historically, we've transferred fish from Yuba and put them in a hatchery and tried taking eggs from those fish. That hasn't panned out. These have been wild-born fish. So I think what we want to do this year is go down to recapture, get some eggs, and try to raise some fish from fry and have them in our broodstock another 5, 6, 7 years down the road after they mature. We're hoping that'll pay better dividends from us rather than these wild fish transfers that we've been doing.
And the disease certification process is underway, but no results yet.
That's correct.
All right. Any further questions for Cal or Jordan for the Southeast region?
Jordan, I have a question. If we did get a wild and scenic designation, what are the implications for that in terms of state control, federal control, blue ribbon, not blue ribbon? I'm sorry, I just don't know, and I know it's your world, so if you don't mind.
Yeah, I haven't really studied out what the implications will be in that case in particular. That's why I'm just kind of keeping my eyes on it right now. It would put some restrictions on the types of activities that could happen in the area. Fishing wouldn't be restricted. Hiking in definitely wouldn't be restricted. But yeah, so I'm just trying to see like what effect would this actually have, and should we support it or should we not? Just because sometimes those federal designations put more restrictions on them than maybe what Utahns really want to have. So yeah, just watching it. So as I learn more, I'll report back.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Rex. Historically, Duck Fork Creek coming into Duck Fork Reservoir, our Cutthroat Brood Lake, was petitioned or listed as a potential wild and scenic water by the Forest Service or a group. This was years ago, right after they had converted Duck Fork Reservoir and treated it to become a Cutthroat Brood Lake. And a couple of years ago, the forest came back to us when they were revising the forest plan and asked us about the listing of it or making it a wild and scenic. And it seemed in that discussion like there wouldn't be much change of management or restrictions or anything like that on that particular little stream. And in fact, we recommended the entire fair and drainage because originally Duck Fork Creek was listed or petitioned because it was pure Colorado River cutthroat trout in a spawning area for fish coming out of the reservoir and to spawn, and the forest was very acceptable of our recommendation of, the whole drainage is special now, not just that little section, and nothing's ever changed. So I don't see having anything major come from if the left fork was to be designated as wild and scenic.
Thanks, Cal. I appreciate that, because Trail 91 is one of my favorite trails. I just force myself to go down there and ride it as often as I can. So I just wondered what the implications were, because there are some pretty serious UTV trails, ATV trails down through that region, and just wanted to know, there's some neat access if you happen to have a buggy.
Yeah, so there could be some restrictions with that if it becomes a research natural area. And the other thing that you may see some restrictions on is grazing. So yeah, we just kind of got to watch it right now. Like I don't think it's anything serious at the moment. So
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, before we let Cal go, from a purely selfish reason, I'm wondering if there are any reports of fish being caught through the ice at Schofield.
Yeah, it's slowed down a bit over the last month. It's had about 10 inches of slush on it until the storm over this past couple of days. I know they got hit pretty hard up on top, which is a good thing. The guys who've been doing quite well are the ones who've ventured out away from the boat ramps and the easy access areas. So the guys kind of up in the arm of Upper Fish Creek and stuff like that, or on the very south end in the weeds have done quite well for a variety of fish.
All right, thank you. All right, I am gonna have us move on. So next up, going from the Southeast region to the Southern region, and we have Nick here. I believe Dave was unable to join us. I also would like to note that Mike Fisher has joined us this morning. Mike is our commercial fishing representative. But let's go ahead and have Nick take it away and let us know what's happening in the southern region. Nick?
All right, thanks, Bert. Yeah, Dave couldn't make it today, so I'll go ahead and do our update. Just kind of general conditions in our region right now. I think we still have good ice everywhere except Minersville. It's starting to go. And then Otter Creek probably will follow pretty soon after. But as of right now, pretty good ice. The snowpack's also a lot better than it has been. I think last time we had this meeting, we were around 40%, and I think we're up to about 80% now. So it's looking a little bit better. Like everyone else said, this time of year, what we're working on is project proposals and then kind of working through data. I think we'll have 3 projects that we present to you guys. So there will be one for finishing up some engineering on the Fish Lake pier, and then a project to do the Bowery Haven marina renovation. So that's the 3rd and final marina renovation. So that's the furthest north marina. And then there'll also be one project for redoing some fencing on the east fork of the Sevier River in Black Canyon. So that's a Blue Ribbon water, and it's just it's on a conservation easement we have, and we just need to fix the fence there to kind of get some trespass livestock under control. So those will be the 3 projects that we'll present to you next month. Then, like I said, the other thing we're doing is going through data. So with that in mind, we did a lot of net on Boulder Mountain, especially this last year and over the last few years. And so I ended up putting together a presentation for that for a work plan meeting we had earlier this week. So I think I'd like to go ahead and try and present that to you guys today, give you an update on Boulder Mountain and where we're at with that. And share
Sounds
my
good.
screen here.
All right, we can see it.
All right, are you seeing the full view or are you getting a kind of distorted view?
Getting the 2 slide view, so
slide
not
view.
the view full.
Yeah. Hey, you. Okay, is that better?
No, we lost the presentation.
Oh,
Now
you
we
did?
just see we see the Brady Bunch view.
Okay, let me try it again.
That's better.
All right. Okay, sorry about that. I'll try and go quick to try and not take up too much time. But so like I said, we've done a lot of netting, especially in the last year at Boulder Mountain, to try and assess the management plan we put in place there a few years ago. So I'll start with some background information. So if you're not familiar with Boulder Mountain, it's kind of been known for producing trophy brook trout. It has kind of a couple of unique characteristics that make it good for producing the trophy brook trout. It's got a more southern latitude, so we have a little bit longer growing season. The geology there really helps out with productivity, so we have dense populations of freshwater shrimp or scuds in the lakes, and that's kind of what the brook trout grow big on. 1990s, overpopulation became an issue, and we ended up with a lot of lakes that had stunted populations of brook trout. And we thought that was mostly being driven by a reduction in harvest. So catch and release fishing really became popular around this time. And that reduction in harvest wasn't accompanied by a reduction in natural recruitment or in stocking. So like that really made the overpopulation situation worse. That initiated the Boulder Mountain Sportfish Enhancement Project. So that was put in place in 1998 and went through 2012. And so the main idea behind the project was to use rotenone treatments to remove stunted populations and then replace with sterile fish like tiger trout or triploid brook trout. And so the basic idea is these lakes they're mostly small lakes and they're not terribly complicated. Most of them only have one species of fish in there. So you kind of have a lake with a certain ability to support a certain biomass. So then in terms of management, it's kind of up to you whether you want, if a lake can support 1,000 pounds of fish, you try and decide if you want that to be in the form of 1,000 1-pound fish, 500 4-pound fish, and those are the things you have to decide. You can't have 1,000 4-pound fish. You've got to decide in terms of density what kind of fish you're going to have. So they went through and treated a few lakes and replaced the populations with sterile fish, and it was really successful. I mean, you can see in that top picture, we got rid of stunted populations and were able to establish trophy fisheries. But there was an issue with some misconceptions about the project that ended up being issues with anglers. So in a lot of these lakes, we also put in native Colorado River cutthroat trout, and that wasn't the driving force behind the project. It was just kind of a side benefit that we were doing, but it got a lot of people who love the brook trout fisheries up there worried that we were converting lakes from brook trout fisheries to Colorado cutthroat trout fisheries. So we decided to kind of redo the management there and come up with a bigger plan. And so we did a public committee in 2014. So this was a group of anglers. I think Dale Hepworth was the blue ribbon representative we had on the committee. But so it was one of those public management plans that we've done at other places, like Fish Lake and Panguitch and other big fisheries. And so we decided to include, instead of just picking a few waters, we did the entire mountain. I think it ends up there's about 80 lakes and reservoirs that we included in the plan. And so there were basically 4 main goals that we created for each fishery that we manage on the mountain. And those included trophy. And so that was described as very large fish present in relatively small numbers. And the measurable objective that went with that was 10% of trout, more than 3 pounds. Quality was described as a high number of moderately large fish, or 80% of trout between 1 and 3 pounds. Opportunity was very high number of small fish, so that's all the fish less than 2 pounds. And then conservation was another goal, and that was just the presence of the native Colorado River cutthroat trout. And so the way we were going to measure these objectives were through gillnet surveys. So that's what our netting effort was really aimed at, was seeing if we were meeting these goals. And once we had the goals, we came up with management actions to try and get each fishery to achieve the goals. And those fell into 4 main categories. There were stocking adjustments. And typically the stocking adjustment that was made was we reduced stocking. And that again was to reduce density and increase size. We also added some new species in different waters. Rotenone treatments was another major management action. We've actually only done it at 1 lake so far. There were 3 others that we kind of got on the radar for doing that at. And that goes back to the kind of the enhancement project I talked about before. So we get rid of stunted population and go back to sterile fish. Regulation changes. So I think I talked to you guys a little bit at one of the previous meetings. We increased the limit at Oak Creek Reservoir to try and reduce fish that way. There was also some winter closures put in at lakes that had existing trophy fisheries that the committee wanted to try and protect. And then the big one on that was the aeration devices. We installed 4 of those, and I'll talk about those later. So getting into the monitoring and evaluation, like I said, the main way we evaluated the lakes was through gillnet surveys. And so we did, between 2015, when the plan was really implemented, and 2020, we did 90% of the lakes at least once. A lot of them we did more than once. And so this was all the two main things we were doing were trying to decide if we were meeting the management goals and objectives. And then also we had a few lakes where we just didn't have enough information to really be able to set a reasonable goal or objective. We also wanted to collect information on those places, and it's fun work, but it's a remote area, so we're always setting nets out of float tubes. The bottom picture there, we took a four-wheeler in that broke down, and we got the trailer in to get the four-wheeler, but then the leaf spring broke on the trailer, and luckily that system at the bottom worked. We didn't end up having to get a third trailer. But so it's a lot of fun, but it was a lot of work to do all this netting. Anyway, so we had kind of three major observations that I want to talk to you guys about. The first is that our objectives may not be attainable or necessarily measurable. Second is the stocking rates, the adjustments we made. We feel like we're actually still probably too high, and maybe we didn't consider stockpiling. And then finally, I want to talk about the solar aerators a little bit and how much potential we think there is with those. For that first major observation, are the objectives reasonable? So it was a little hard setting the objectives to begin with, because the number one goal that we had for all the different lakes, or the most common, I would say, was we wanted trophy brook trout fisheries. That was by far the most common goal that the committee set. The problem with that was we didn't have a lot of good netting data for trophy brook trout lakes. And I think the reason for that was that when a lake was doing really well in producing trophy brook trouts, we didn't necessarily, it was hard for us to go in there and set a net and potentially kill a bunch of those fish. We just didn't have good data to see what a gill net in one of these lakes would look like when there was a functioning brook trout, trophy brook trout fishery. So we basically took three lakes that just kind of in general, everyone on the committee could agree were functioning well. These were our trophy brook trout fisheries. This is what we wanted other lakes to look like. And so we did netting at those lakes, and during 6 netting events at the 3 lakes, not once did they meet the objectives for a trophy brook trout fishery. So that told us that the lakes are functioning, they're doing well, but we probably set that objective too high, and we need to re-look at that. However, in terms of tiger trout, that was another common management goal, was having a trophy tiger trout fishery. And so again, we had, I think we had 4 lakes that, talking to the committee and looking at our nets, these are the best tiger trout fisheries on the mountain. These are what we want other lakes to look like. And consistently, so I think there were 8 sampling events, and in all 8 of those, the objectives were met. So basically we felt like, okay, the objective maybe is reasonable for tiger trout, but probably too high for brook trout. So that's going to help us kind of fine tune our objectives, which is important because you use those objectives to determine if you're meeting your goal. And then also potentially the goal is kind of your ceiling. And then if we set triggers as kind of the floor when we decide that the management isn't working, we need to try something else. The second part of that first major observation was, are the objectives measurable? So one of the problems we run into is just the small sample size. There's a lot of lakes, they're remote, they're hard to sample, so we're only getting to them once every 5 to 10 years in some cases. And then on top of that, we're trying to measure a fishery in a lot of cases that is a trophy fishery. So it's inherently a small number of fish, and we're only sampling once every 2 years. And so if we happen to not catch a trophy fish, it can really influence the data. So that made things difficult. An example of that would be Deer Creek Lake. Here's an aerial picture of it. So you can see it's a fairly large lake in terms of surface acres, but most of it's really shallow and weedy, and you can't really, it's hard to sample. There's probably not a whole lot of fish spending a lot of time there. They'll more spend time in that deep hole kind of on the north middle part of the lake that you can see. And so that's where we set our net, but we only caught 1 fish. But setting the net, I saw a lot more fish. We talked to an angler who had great success. As he was hiking out, he said it was great fishing, had a good time. So that was a case where the gill net really wasn't giving us good data. Like I said, we talked to that angler. He had a great time, and that was kind of a common occurrence. You know, we'd get angler reports that didn't necessarily match our gill net surveys. So another example is Raft Lake. We set a gill net there this summer. We didn't catch any Arctic grayling in the net, but we know from when we fished it while we were there setting the net and then talking to anglers, you know, people were catching grayling. People were happy with it. So they're definitely grayling in there. And then another example is McGath Lake. That's one of our trophy brook trout lakes. And like I said, we'd set the nets and we didn't catch any fish over 3 pounds, so we failed to meet the objective. But we'd get reports from anglers, and here's a picture of someone who caught a trophy brook trout. They said it was 4 pounds. It's certainly more than 3. So just another example of how there can be a disconnect between the gill net surveys and what's actually going on at the lake. So moving on to the next major observation I wanted to talk about. So is reduced stocking enough? So like I said, a lot of these lakes, what we had were overpopulated brook trout, or in some cases even splake or tiger trout. And so what we were going to do, or what we did, was we just reduced the stocking rate in hopes that we'd decrease the abundance and increase the size. However, the initial results suggest that that may not be happening. It may take longer for that transition to take place. So I'm going to go quickly through a couple examples. Blind Lake and Surveyor's Lake. So Blind Lake, it has a reputation for producing trophy splake. It's the largest lake on the mountain. But then 10 or 15 years ago, that reputation started declining. The fish tended to be smaller and skinnier. If we look at the stocking, it started out, we were stocking about 500 fingerling splake every other year from the late 1980s through the mid 1990s. And then it was increased to 1,500 fish per year in the early 2000s. Then we got a little worried we had too many fish, so we cut back to 750 in 2011 and suspended it completely in 2017. However, here's some of the data showing that maybe we've still got too many fish in there. So these are the last 3 times the lake's been netted in the last 20 years. So in 2001, it was still producing some of those trophy splake, and you can see we had fewer fish, more of those larger fish up around or over 20 inches. And then in 2018 and 2020, you can see we've just got more fish, smaller fish. They're not getting as big. And then if you look at kind of the weight and the condition, so on the left, that's just the weight in pounds. These are box and whisker plots showing the 5th, 25th, 75th, and 95th percentiles, and then the middle line is kind of the median. So you can see that in 2001, the median fish was about 2 pounds, and you had some big fish up around 3.5 pounds. And then 2018, 2020, much smaller fish, obviously. And then on the right, so that's relative weight. It's just a way to measure basically the condition of the fish. If they're between 95 and 105, you know, they're probably in decent shape. Above that, they're doing really well, in good shape, and below that is when you start to worry about the difference between 2001 and then 2018 and 2020. So our theory here is that we've just had enough splake stockpiled, but the reduced stocking hasn't led to a meaningful increase in abundance. And so the fish are still relatively small and in poor condition. The next example, Surveyor's Lake. So it had a population of stunted brook trout. So this was pretty representative of some of the lakes that we were dealing with on the mountain. So the management plan called for it to be shifted from the opportunity to trophy status. Annual stocking was reduced from 500 brook trout per year to 250 in 2011, and then to 150 in 2015, and that was split between 100 brook trout and 50 tiger trout. And that worked out to about 60 fish per acre. Off our other data is what we felt like we need to produce a trophy fishery, but that didn't really account for that stockpiling for all those years we've been stocking 500 or 250. So a couple similar graphs. So this is just length histogram again. So you can see the number of fish for different length categories. So you can see in 2001, you kind of had 2 different size classes there. But again, lots of fish. In 2014 and 2019, a lot fewer fish, but you can see that, we weren't getting bigger fish in terms of length for sure. And I go back to what I was saying before about the gillnet surveys not always being the greatest representation of the population. I don't think the smaller numbers we captured in 2014 and 2019 were necessarily indicative of there being less fish. I think there are still just as many fish in there when you look at condition and angle reports. So another graph here on the left, weight again, and on the right is the relative weight. So you can see the fish. Yeah, go
could
ahead.
how did they sample? Go back to the previous slide, if you would, please.
Sure.
How did they sample in, because I've been out with you when you're using the gill nets, but how were they sampling in 2001? Was that still gill net? And that was my question.
Yeah, so it was the same. So it was still a gill net. It was a little bit different gill net than we use now, but it really shouldn't account. That could be part of it, but it shouldn't account for much of a difference. It's just different, kind of the mesh sizes and how they're arranged are a little bit different, but it's a pretty similar sampling method. So looking at the weight and condition for surveyors, so you can see there just hasn't been much of a change, really. If anything, a little bit of a decrease in weight and condition. So we think we've got the same situation there. We just had enough fish stockpiled, but reducing the stocking didn't make a meaningful difference. So now I'll move into the third and last major observation I had. So start out with the question, are the solar aerators working? So in 2015 and 2016, we installed 2 aerators or in 2015, we installed 2 aerators at 2 lakes. 2016, 2 more aerators at 2 different lakes. But then we had, what kind of surprised us was we had some fish kills that first year, and we expected that if the aerators worked, we'd overwintered fish without a problem, but that didn't happen. So when we lost fish, we decided to put in some dissolved oxygen data loggers. So we bought 4 of those and deployed them to try and get a better idea of what was going on. So here's some data from those data loggers. So at Pear Lake in winter of 2016, 2017, the graphs are a little messy, but the main thing is focus on that red line. That's the dissolved oxygen. If it gets down below 4 is when we typically would start to worry. And so it made sense to us it started out, dissolved oxygen starts decreasing when you get ice and some of the plant material starts decomposing. That all made sense. But then once we got into the spring around ice off, the dissolved oxygen, you can see on the right of the graph there, just started going crazy. It would go from, good oxygen conditions to anoxic over very short periods of time throughout the day. And we thought that might be something weird with the data or something wrong with the data logger, but we saw it at multiple lakes and had the equipment tested and so we felt like that's really what was going on. We were having wild fluctuations in the oxygen at that time. So in that lake in that year, we had a complete winter kill. We set a logger in another lake, Pacer Lake, and in this lake, I should say the aerators are set. The manufacturer has us set them to run to shut off for 4 hours in the middle of each day to recharge the batteries. But we talked to one of the guys on the council who does solar powered signs for UDOT, and he recommended, or he told us there's no reason you couldn't run those aerators 24/7. They should be fine. So we set the aerator at Pacer Lake to run 24/7. And so we saw kind of a similar thing. The oxygen went way down. It actually went totally anoxic for most of the winter. But then in the spring, we just didn't have the wild fluctuations like we did at Pear Lake. And so we had fish survive there. Then we set Pear Lake to run 24/7 and not have that 4-hour shut off each day. And so the next winter, you can see the dissolved oxygen was a lot more stable. especially in the springtime, and we had fish survive that year. So we've done a lot of additional monitoring since then. I won't go into that data, but it all basically supports that hypothesis that if we want to overwinter fish, we've got to have the aerator run 24/7. So I think there's been, since we've put in the aerators, there's basically been 22 occasions where a lake has gone through a winter. And of those 22, in 11 of them, we've had aerators that were running 24/7, and in 11 of them, the other half, we've had aerators that either shut off for 4 hours during the day or they stopped working for some reason. And 5 of those 11 times, we had complete fish kills. In the 11 times where we've had aerators running 24/7 throughout the winter, all 11 times we've had fish survive. We haven't had complete winter kills. So we feel like we're narrowing, we're really getting a handle on what's going on and what we need to do to overwinter fish. So Dead Lake, I'll give a quick example of it for the solar aerator observation. So it's a high elevation lake on Boulder Top, over 10,000 feet. It's small, but we know it has the ability to produce trophy fish. Every now and then you'll get a few winters where the fish survive and you'll get trophy fish, but it's just not consistent. So we installed an aerator there in 2016. We had what we're guessing was some wind, or maybe we didn't get it installed quite right, and the solar panel shifted during the winter. So it shut off, but we feel like we've got that fixed, and it's been functioning since the summer of 2017 when we got that solar panel put back in place. And so during that time, 11 of the other 19 lakes that we manage on Boulder Top, 11 of those have completely winter killed at least once. But Dead Lake hasn't winter killed since that time. So another length histogram here. So you can see we had a complete winter kill in 2016. So it was basically stocked new in the summer of 2017. So you can see that 2017 cohort show up in our 2018 gillnet survey. And then you can see it kind of move over, get bigger in 2019, another cohort coming behind it. In 2020, we didn't see quite as many fish as we would have liked, but the main thing was we didn't see any of those bigger fish. We would have liked to see some fish getting up into that trophy category. But what happened, I think, was we were getting too many fish. We had a stocking rate that was designed to basically reestablish a population that would be lost to winter kill every few years. But we're not getting winter kill anymore. So we're getting more and more fish, and you can see the measure of condition here. So ideally you want to be above 100, and it's just declined each year as we've had more and more fish in there. Those were our main observations, so some early recommendations. We need to kind of relook at the objectives and figure out how to make them attainable and measurable. So I think we need to make them species specific. We've already done that a little bit. We have one for grayling, but we probably need to make separate objectives for splake and brook trout and tiger trout and the cutthroat. The objectives should be linked to size and condition of the fish captured, not catch per unit effort. Like I mentioned, that can vary a little bit, but the condition of the fish is a much better representation. And then, like I said, I think we really need to incorporate angler reports. They're able to fish or interact with the lakes a lot more than we're able to with gillnet surveys. And it can really be a useful way to tell if we're meeting some of our objectives. Then we didn't have triggers in the initial management plan, so I think we need to go back in and create triggers. So this is something that tells us that where we need to change management actions, what kind of the floor is for our plan. Moving on to stocking related to density and size. So stocking needs to be reduced more, suspended longer than we previously thought. So I presented a little bit of this data to you. So we had Oak Creek Reservoir. So it had a stunted population of brook trout, but we tried increasing harvest there. We basically increased the number of fish you could keep to 16 back in 2014. And we got lucky at the same time that regulation change was made. We've unfortunately had droughts, but the good thing for Oak Creek with that is that during the droughts, the fish are unable to spawn. So we haven't had any recruitment during these years. And with the harvest and lack of recruitment, we've really seen a big increase in the condition and size of the fish. So that's an indication that maybe in some of these lakes where we don't get natural recruitment and we're having to stock, maybe we can use angler harvest or maybe mechanical removal to try and get the fish to a bigger size more quickly. Another thing we've done is we've stocked tiger, muskie in a couple of the lakes, and it's just too early to know how that's going to work out, but we're really hopeful that that'll be a useful management tool. In terms of solar aerators, like I said, we feel like we know what we need them to do to overwinter fish now. So we think we're to the point where we can start prioritizing lakes and go start installing some of these aerators or more of these aerators. I don't want to do it too quickly. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, and if there's some unforeseen maintenance or other issue. But I'm really encouraged by the aerators. It's they end up being about $5,000 to $7,000 to install, which is really pretty cheap if you can take a mediocre or non-fishery and create a trophy fishery for a number of years. So that's the end of the presentation. I'll go ahead and take any questions if there's time for it.
Any questions for Nick? So Nick, I guess I had a general question. This concept of the initial management plan by goals or objectives, the 4 goals: trophy, quality, opportunity, conservation. Is this novel, or have you seen this applied to other regions where there are multiple waters on a particular geologic feature like a mountaintop? Just curious to see if you've heard of this before. And then adding to that, will this sort of approach with your refinements be passed on to the Uinta management plan that is under development?
So I think the Boulder Mountain was kind of the first management plan we've done that incorporated a larger area like that. We're going to kind of try and mimic that effort with streams in our region. And then we're doing kind of a smaller scale of that with our Washington County reservoirs. So Gunlock, Quail, and Sand Hollow, we're going to do a management plan for those 3 reservoirs. In a lot of, some places like Lake Powell or something like that, it makes sense to just have a singular focus. I think there's a little bit of an effort to do more where it makes sense to kind of group, because that's a lot of times that's how anglers are interacting with waters. They're not just going to one place, they're hitting multiple spots. And yeah, I mean, that's how our management plans are always start out with figuring out goals and then objectives and then getting to management actions. In terms of the UNOs, I'd have to leave that to the other regions to comment on.
I'll kind of chime in on this question, Bert. Yes, we've kind of rolled recently this concept that Nick laid out, so this quality, trophy, and opportunity out kind of statewide. So we're doing a new stocking strategy, kind of defines our stocking rates and how we monitor our fisheries in the state and certain benchmarks for size, numbers, that kind of thing. We've kind of placed them in those categories statewide for all our waters. This is sort of a new thing. We haven't formally adopted it yet, but it's the direction that we're going. For that, we're going to have some additional categories that Nick didn't present. So we're going to have waters we call predator management waters. So these are kind of unique situations where we're definitely managing with a predator to control something like, for instance, maybe a tiger muskie or something to control Utah chub. That'd be an example of that. We're throwing streams in there. And the other one we have are what we call unique fisheries. These are ones where we're not necessarily worried about numbers or size. It's just about having a species there that's maybe something novel for people to catch. Golden trout would be an example. Maybe grayling in some lakes, that kind of thing. So anyway, yeah, to answer your question, we are looking at this more on a statewide level.
And is this practiced in other states, or is it unique to Utah?
I would say this is pretty unique to Utah right now. This is something I think Richard and Southern Region's been really kind of playing with and had some good success at. And we're looking at this more on a statewide level now.
Cool. That's great. Any further questions for Nick regarding the southern region? Rex, looks like.
Nick, I just wondered, you mentioned Lake Powell. I'm just wondering what we're seeing down there in terms of, invasive species that we really don't want. Just any update on what's happening down at Lake Powell?
Yeah, so there's been a study with BYU that we've been doing, and we're getting to where we should have some pretty good results from that. The encouraging news that we're getting from them is that right now it's not having a significant impact on the fishery. And so right now we're really encouraged in terms of how quagga mussel are affecting the fishery. I'm hoping that in the next, I don't know, hopefully later in the spring or early summer, I'd really like to get either Mark Belk, the professor at BYU, or one of his students who's been doing the study. I think it'd be great if we could get one of them to present to you guys. I think it'd be really interesting for you to see how the quagga mussel are interacting with the fishery. But yeah, right now it's encouraging news.
Who's the professor at BYU?
Mark Belk, that's his name. Yeah, right now the concern is water levels more than quagga mussels for Lake Powell.
It just because it's so low?
Yeah, it's low and probably going to go much lower. And when the water level comes up and inundates vegetation, and that's a good thing. When it drops as low as it's probably going to get, that's when there's problems.
Thanks.
Back briefly to the Boulder Mountains and management, and this is just kind of a question for my benefit. As you mentioned, you grow trophy brook trout when there's a healthy population of macroinvertebrates, scuds in particular. And seems like in management plans, the food source is never really considered. And I'm not sure if there's much you can do, but it seems like this primary food source is really where the success begins, and making sure that you have a rich population of scuds. Any comments or thoughts on what could possibly be done to make sure the food is there?
Yeah, like you said, Bert, the problem is we don't have a lot of control over that. If we're talking about prey species of fish, we have a little bit more control over that. But something like the Boulder Mountains, it's really driven by the geology and the latitude. So we can't do much about that. And, in terms of water quality, we're typically trying to reduce nutrient inputs. So, doing something that really increases the productivity of a lake, a lot of times is a bad thing from a water quality standpoint. So that can make that difficult. So yeah, it's just one of those things that's hard for us to do much about it.
Okay.
Bert, this is Clint.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the things that we're looking at State Line. I remember fishing Boulder Mountain lakes, and some of them, they don't have a lot of water releasing from them. They're not reservoirs per se, like we have. And but like you go to Manning Meadow or State Line, and there's in some years a significant drop in your water level, right? State Line will have a fluctuation some years of up to 50 feet of water that is drawn out vertically out of a reservoir. I think that greatly reduces our grow those freshwater invertebrates to a level that really promotes a good fishery. It's one of the things that I'm trying to look at. I don't know how well it's going to work, if I'm going to fail miserably, but that's one of the things that I think in established lakes where we don't have that fluctuation, I think it's a little easier to know that we have, those freshwater invertebrates. Scuds, for example, are a great food source. But when their habitat is up and dry because the water level's gone, I just don't know. I agree with Nick that there's not a lot of control. We don't have the control that we would like on some of these reservoirs to hold water up. And I think if we had that, maybe that would greatly benefit the fishery because we'd have some better organisms for those fish to feed. On my end, we're looking at using, sterile lake trout to maybe control some kokanee numbers so we can have other species do better because maybe there's a food source that's limited and the kokanee are just better at using that source. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that we have to consider. And I think all of us are starting to not just say, hey, we need to throw 2,000 rainbows in this place and that will be its quota for the year. I think all of us, I know at least here in the region, we're trying to figure out, all right, well, can we put 3,000 and do we still have a healthy fishery? Are the fish in good condition? Are they growing? Or should we back off? And I think not just because of stocking numbers and that kind of thing, but I think we're looking at a healthy fishery versus just put and take. And I think where Randy's getting at and Cody's put this, this plan in front of us too, this gives us a different focus and makes us look at these fisheries individually and see if we can make some good benefits that way.
All right. I am also reminded for moving waters, there was an effort to try to transplant salmon flies in the northern region. Just curious if that ever worked. Any thoughts or any comments?
I think it's probably like kokanee. You'd probably have to do it for several years because there's at least those big ones are a several year kind of organism. So we'd probably have to do it for a longer period of time than just, hey, let's just drop 100 in and see what happens. So I don't know. My guess is that must have been done through TU, Trout Unlimited, up there in Cache Valley. I'd have to reach out to those guys and see if that was successful or not. I haven't played on the fishing with salmon flies for a number of years up there, so I'd have to ask.
Wow, I digress, but I was reminded of that, thinking about big invertebrates. Okay, any further questions for Nick? Or questions regarding the southern region? All right, Nick, thank you very much. We next move on to the central region, and we have both Jackie and Ken and Chris Crockett. So I presume maybe Jackie or Ken will take it from here.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Thanks, Ken. I was actually going to let Chris take this one if he is still around.
He's around. He's muted at the moment. Crockett, you're muted.
That's probably how you want to keep me, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's all right. You're working now.
Thanks. Sorry about that. I'm having a computer on the fritz, so I'm having to work off my phone today. Yeah, I can give you guys an update on a few things. Kind of echoing what the other regions have talked about, we have recently completed several different habitat proposals for WRI and Habitat Council. So hopefully you guys may see some of those down the road, also for Blue Ribbon funding. Probably the ones of most interest is we have phase 2 of some work that we started last year on Diamond Fork and Nebo Creek. So if you're interested, get on the WRI proposal website and do a quick search for Spanish Fork River watershed or something like that, and you'll see that come up. We did complete some work on Diamond Fork this past fall. It was actually pretty late in November, putting in some PALs, which are post-assisted log structures, and Calvin gave a pretty good example of what the PALs and the BDAs do. Also on Diamond Fork, what we're really trying to do is some of those areas are pool deserts and there's very little pool habitat. And we're not just saying that based on our opinion. We've actually done some habitat assessment in a lot of those reaches. So much of the future work there will be looking to install PALs to increase pool frequency and provide some more fish holding cover, as well as to try to capture sediment from the fire, as Calvin alluded to with the BDAs. Also, we're gearing up for our pike collection efforts at Yuba to support tiger muskie production. We're still ironing out the details, but I think we'll only be collecting milt from those northern pike this year. And also, we will be hoping to move some of our 2-year-old tiger muskie that were 18 inches last year, move them to Pelican Lake to help Trina and Natalie with some of their carp control efforts there. You guys are probably familiar. They did stock some fingerling tigers there last year, but Trina was trying to get some larger individuals that could actually crop off some of those larger larger carp. So we're going to try to move 300 from Yuba for her. I have a feeling we may not quite reach that goal, but that's what we're aiming for right now. And as Clint kind of mentioned, we are trying to do that Yuba effort, maybe not internally within the region, but definitely within the agency, in an effort to try not to expose anyone to COVID. And also, just quite frankly, if there are people, we can make sure that they're adhering to all the regulations relative to protective gear, etc. It's easier for us to yell at those people than it is to yell at the volunteers who have come out to help us from the goodness of their heart. And that should kick off on March 14th. Mike and I will go set probably that Sunday, and then the effort will kick off in earnest on the Monday, the 15th, when we start pulling nets. Not sure how much Randy has told you guys about this, but I did just want to mention that the Central Region did submit its regional water priority list. This is part of the effort that Eric Edgley's been working on to identify water needs and priorities throughout the state. The approach he's taken is to essentially ask the regions for each of their top 10 priorities, and also has done a similar effort talking to the production and hatchery folks. So we did submit that for the Central Region. It's probably worth noting for you guys that both the Middle and Lower Provo River were identified as high priorities. They were in our top 10. And kind of as a segue on that one, Jordan Nielsen may want to tap in with some more information, but we did get a report on that reach of the Lower Provo between Olmsted and Murdoch, where you guys assisted with funding to buy some power disruption to allow us to keep 20 to 25 CFS in there during the summer months. As you recall, the past couple of years, it had dropped down to as low as I think it got down to 3 or 4 CFS, easily down to 5 CFS. So we were able to keep about 20 CFS in there this past summer. Jordan was taking water temperatures, had some data loggers. It was a little bit lower CFS than we had originally hoped to gain. We were aiming for 25, but all the water temps looked good. So I feel like that was a success this year. And we did recently have a meeting to discuss some potential longer term solutions. I won't go into the details, but just to say we are continuing that conversation. And we're looking forward to hopefully getting something in place that reduces the cost to keep water or comes up with a redundant system. Just real quick, also, this may be old news to you guys, but Mike did some modifications to the Mill Creek barrier to essentially place an overhanging screen, a cantilevered screen over that barrier. So basically, if a fish somehow does magically manage to leap effectively, they're just going to bang their heads right into a grade screen, excuse me. And the Forest Service helped implement that, and they're going to help maintain it. So we shouldn't be having any upstream movement of fish in Mill Creek unless somebody's helping us via buckets. And I believe that's all I had. I'm open to questions, but I also see if Ken or Jackie had anything to add on those.
Ken or Jackie?
Nothing to add here. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
I don't have anything to add other than the Central Region biologists are doing such a good job Chris Crockett's been working his butt off because he hasn't been down hunting pheasants. I can tell that.
Yeah. All I do is work and then go play with a toddler. I was joking with someone the other day. I realized my vocabulary has gone downhill because I don't talk to adults that often. I just talk to a 3-year-old.
That could actually help in some ways. But anyway, where exactly? I was curious about where exactly is this barrier on Milk Creek, and has there been any suggestion of fish migration past the barrier, or is this just being extra cautious?
We had a little bit of a scare. I don't know that this is official information out there for everybody, but we're not trying to hide it either. We had some brook trout show up between the two barriers on Mill Creek. So I don't know if you guys are familiar. Really, one of the primary barriers, the one that we're really counting on, if you will, is that barrier right below the guard station. So it's probably, I don't know, 50 yards, maybe not even that, below the guard station. And then there's another barrier that's also pretty substantial, but perhaps could be considered not a complete barrier at all life stages of fish and water volume. Truthfully, I think it's a complete barrier, but we've got those two barriers, and that little reach in between them, we had brook trout show up. We have absolutely no history of brook trout at all in Mill Creek until you go considerably downstream into some of the small tribs that come in right around the Jordan River. So we're pretty confident those were parts of a bait bucket introduction and somebody tossed them out. What was fortunate is they seem not to have realized that upstream barrier was there, or they got scared when they got close to the guard station and decided maybe they just better pitch them wherever they could. So Mike and Jackie and their crew spent a lot of time removing those brook trout between the barrier and also checking upstream to make sure none had somehow navigated the barrier or gotten thrown out further upstream. So we didn't have any indication of natural movement, Bert, but we did just want to beef up that lower barrier just in case some of those transplanted fish were to try to make their way up, or if somebody tried another transplant lower down.
And obviously the concern
that was
is
long-winded. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But the concern is that brook trout would outcompete the cuts that have been reintroduced there.
Correct. I mean, we've spent a lot of time and effort restoring Mill Creek to a native cutthroat fishery. Mike did a great job with outreach. We actually had a lot of public support. It's a pretty sensitive area right there, as you can imagine, with the neighborhoods downstream. We definitely don't want to see fertile brook trout invade because of somebody's because of somebody's bucket introduction.
Yeah, that would be a disaster. So I hope you all managed to get most of them, or if not all of them, in between the barriers. That's a neighborhood stream. I can go sample it when I get an opportunity.
Well, Mike's going to try to take a little bit of time this summer and do some more outreach on that stream. I mean, basically, the biomass in those reaches is back to equal or slightly above what we had before treatment. So we're just trying to make people aware that it is a good cutthroat fishery. Yeah, you lost your brown trout, but all you have to do is just go downstream and fish for browns through other portions of Mill Creek. So we're just trying to highlight the fact that it's successful, and at the same time just hopefully opens people's eyes. So if they see a vehicle driving around dumping out fish, that they'll be inclined to let us know.
On a personal note, this past weekend, I hit the Middle Provo with a friend who recently moved back to Utah from California. It was Sunday. It was cold, 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 but the midges were hatching, the bald eagles were flying, And Ken, I didn't catch any big fish, but I saw them and I could not catch the big ones. I could only get the 6 to 9 inchers, but they were there. I could see them. They were, it's just, I'm a lousy fisherman. That's all. Okay. Any further questions regarding the central region?
Yeah, this Ken. For those interested, SFW has still got $1,000 reward out for anybody caught transplanting fish. So
Thank you for bringing that up and reminding us. That's hope we can catch some of these folks. Hope we can give that
Appreciate that,
reward
Ken.
to someone. Yeah. Okay. And I think it's probably time to move on to the Northeast region. We got both Ben and Natalie here. Like I said, I rotate the regional reports. So every month I get to say saving the best for last, and it's always a different region. So saving the best for last, Ben and Natalie, take it away.
I'll start, and then if Ben would like to chime in, he definitely can. I'll just give kind of a condition update for our region as far as ice and fishing. Most everything is still pretty locked up out here. We had a little bit of deteriorating edges last week, especially over at Starvation, Big Sand Wash. Everything else, though, has mostly stayed solid. With this last little bit of cold snap we had, the edges refroze again, and we pretty much are set to go ice fishing about anywhere that you would like to in the northeastern region still. See how it looks at the end of the next couple of weeks, but you're still wanting to get out, take advantage because it will be gone before we know it. Fishing reports kind of vary. Obviously, things are slowing down this time of year with the lower dissolved oxygen levels in some locations, but I did have a couple of reports from Starvation of some really nice big rainbows being caught last week, and we were out for an evening trying to catch some walleye. A few perch reports here and there from some longtime anglers who can still find them in the same places they found them 20 years ago. And other than that, things are chugging along out here, cold as can be, which we're fine with because we're used to it, right, Ben? For Blue Ribbon specific updates, and I'll just run through a couple. We had our Pelican Lake management team meeting last Wednesday or Tuesday night. I think everything went pretty well with that. We presented on our plan for moving forward this spring and kind of some long-term adjustments to our management plan and how we're going to incorporate carp management and also tiger muskie management. And as Chris alluded to earlier, we are thankful for their help to try to get some of these larger sized tiger muskie into Pelican, because there will be that gap between the stocked 1-inch fish that we put in last year. I mean, obviously it's going to take them a while to get up to size. So we'll work with the central region in their efforts and try to see what we can come up with as far as transferring those fish over to Pelican Lake in March. Let's see. I did order the radio tags as part of our effort at Pelican Lake. So hopefully we'll have those by the end of March. Everything is obviously delayed everywhere still, not just because of these winter storms. That even adds on a little bit more delay, it feels like, but we hope to have those tags at the end of the end of March. We'll be installing those and tracking for up to 3 years is what we got tags for. So
I'm not sure, Natalie, I'm not sure if you had mentioned why, Randy and I know about why you requested to move funds to the purchase of those tags. But do you want to tell the council what the goal is?
Yeah, so obviously we want to get on top of this carp reintroduction, reestablishment sooner than later. We definitely do not want them to get out of control. one of the ideas behind tagging a few of these older adults that we see in the system, which isn't many yet. I mean, less than 10 out of 850 last spring when we were doing removals. We want to be able to pinpoint their locations at different times of the year so we can target them better for kind of some mass mechanical removals, and reading a lot about winter removals now up in Wisconsin, Minnesota, places where these guys have established successful long-term carp management plans include winter removals, and they also include things like really healthy bluegill populations. So being able to have some of these carp with radio tags in them and being able for us to be able to walk around and pinpoint big congregations of them will help us into the future to be really effective with our removals, and not just, I mean, it's a 1,650 surface acre lake. There is a lot of places for these fish to go. And yeah, we may have a couple places pinpointed, but this will really help us get some exact locations and times dialed in. So that's why we're doing that part of the project. And then the last thing on Pelican Lake, on February 1st, we had the Clam Outdoors group from Minnesota come down on the Dave Gint's Dropkick tour. Basically, they were touring the West. So Ben and I were fortunate enough to be able to go fish for most of the day with Dave Gintz, who's the godfather of all bluegill fishing of the United States, I think. So that was a really cool experience, and they were able to, we did some outreach. There's a clip on Clam Outdoors Facebook page and a couple other places. But it was a really neat experience, and they said they'll be back in a few years. They were awfully impressed by how well the fishery was coming along and what they were able to catch that day. I mean, Dave caught a 9¼ inch bluegill, and then we caught about 40 bass that day, and along with other different size bluegill. But for a recent restoration project, they were pretty happy with how the day turned out. So that was pretty neat. Any questions on Pelican?
I'm just curious, the bass that were sampled there. I'm wondering whether or not tiger muskie will help in terms of keeping bass numbers in check and maybe driving the size a little bit bigger.
We're all pretty confident that tiger muskie will be beneficial to not just carp management. Based on our management plan, I mean, we do want quite a few of those 12 to 15 inch, 16 inch bass in that system. I mean, that's really what we're shooting for, is quality largemouth bass, memorable bluegill, and now this, in my mind, it's going to turn into a trophy component for tiger muskie because they're going to grow big. They're going to have abundant forage as far as I can see. And for the health of everything else, I think they will work out just fine in the long run. But yes, I do expect them to eat a few bass in the course of their lifetime. And hopefully many, many carp in their lifetime. So we'll see how it all works out. But we've got a pretty good plan in place with our fisheries experiment station to come up with some thresholds for stocking densities to make sure we don't overstock tiger muskie and ultimately wipe out too many bass. All those things come into play now when you're fiddling with all these different levers associated with Pelican Lake. It would have been so easy just to be a bluegill bass fishery, but something always has to challenge us out here, I swear. Okay, the only other thing I really have is starvation. We're still working through our diets, but we've almost reached our goal of our walleye diets for the winter time, which our goal is 30. So we're pretty much wrapped up with winter diets there, and we'll move into spring collections once ice off occurs. We have just 3 specific blue ribbon projects that we're going to be proposing, and nothing really is too different from the past. There's a blue ribbon technician, which I have a full-time tech on right now that is conducting all that starvation work. So we'll be asking for that. we'll be asking for the Blue Ribbon internship funds again, which that's going to be reduced by a few $1,000s from the previous year. And then the only other one we have is the Lower Stillwater Ponds angling surveys. So not much for us. You guys have been very helpful in helping us get Pelican Lake big projects on the ground and completed, and they're all functioning right now. So we'll take some time off from asking for a whole big pot of Blue Ribbon funds for a while. And that's really all I have. The Cutthroat Trout crew and Garn have been working on planning and more planning of their treatments on the north and south slope projects. And I think the Lake Canyon Habitat project is in its 3rd phase, and they'll be starting that in the spring. And they did do some dissolved oxygen checks on Lake Canyon last week, and the levels within the reservoir look good. Levels within the stream ponds aren't so good, but as long as we have one of those 2 places with good oxygen and survival, I think that we should see some good survival through the winter. We'll keep our fingers crossed that that holds up and we don't see the craziness that Nick sees down in the southern region. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any reports from Red Fleet?
And Red Fleet's like my nemesis right now. I cannot figure that place out. We spent quite a bit of time there last week. I'm really contemplating whether it's going to be worth it to try to put some fish attracting structures closer to the main access point. So I did a whole lot of hole drilling and cross-sectioning and depths and DO readings all the way across that whole area of the lake. And I don't know where those fish go all winter, but we worked our buns off and we caught 1 perch all day in miles of walking. So I know they're all over by the dam somewhere, and we weren't in that location last week, but it is a tough place to ice fish. Come May and June though, it'll be fish everywhere.
Natalie, this is Rex. With Red Fleet being our candidate water for the whole state this year, I was just wondering, we went up to Lost Creek last year with Clint, well, except he, of course, weaseled out on us, but sorry, Clint. But I just wondered, would it be possible for maybe us to have an outing? You said June and September. I'm not picking a month. I'm just asking if maybe we could, something like we, did up at Lost Creek.
Yeah. I don't see why we couldn't plan something for the end of May, early June, except for I'll be in Florida at the end of May, so I should probably plan it at a different time. But
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me think. Blue Ribbon versus being with Florida. Yeah, that's a really hard decision.
Is it? Not for me. But we'll figure something out to where we can have a group activity, or maybe since it is the only one, we can do a couple different times where we do a spring and a fall or something to accommodate everybody. I know it's hard to get everybody in one place at one time. So we could be open to a spring or early summer event and then a fall event as well. It's close to town. There's a lot of amenities around, and then you guys probably would like to see more than just, the specific water side. There's lots of hiking trails and biking trails and just a lot of cool scenery to see around the place. So we'll make something. I'll start thinking about it.
I think it'd be great to come out in June. You had said something and I had June on my list. I obviously don't want to interfere with your vacation, but if you're down in Florida, go dive pen and camp. There's some really cool barracuda down there off the pipelines. I mean, like 5-footers.
I'll just try to catch them instead of dive. I don't do that.
I think
Ben,
June would be great.
Okay. Ben, do you have anything else that you want to add?
No, not really. I think you covered everything. You went over your catches from starvation for the or the study that you're doing there. So I don't have anything else.
All right, any further questions for Natalie and Ben, Northeast Region? All right, hearing none, we are coming up on the noon hour and we're scheduled to take a 1 hour lunch break. Thank you all for the morning session, and we'll reconvene the same link at 1 p.m. So see you in an hour. Have a good lunch. Hi, Randy. Just wanted to confirm who is joining us from Outreach this afternoon. Do you know?
Unfortunately, nobody. So I got contacted by Crystal. She was totally planning on doing it, and then she had some childcare issue come up, she told me, and had to bail on us. What she did express is that the schedule and all that we came up with, she's got no problems with that. So I think all she really needs from us is just literally some pictures and maybe some text to go along with it, and then she's on board. So I think she feels like she's in a good place. So I think just internally we need to just arrange that kind of stuff.
Okay, thanks. Looks like we're about 3 minutes of right now.
Bert, you been out catching any fish?
Yeah, I've managed a few here and there. Ice fishing slowed down a lot for me. I got skunked a couple times, which is always humbling. But I hit the Middle Provo, like I mentioned last weekend, and that was fun. Although, golly, it was cold. The guides were freezing up. Oh, it was wicked cold. But sunny day, bald eagles, like I said, midges hatching, noses up, you know. So, how about you?
Oh yeah. I'm kind of done with winter now. I'm on the ice for 2.5 months now. I'm done. I'm thinking take the boat and go to Sand Hollow or Lake Powell something. I need somewhere warm. But I'm afraid that the springtime winds are just going to make it miserable when I get there, and it won't be any different than here.
Right. Well, and then we'll be in runoff, but that doesn't affect you so much.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But springtime, it's time to head to the gorge and go chase big Lakers, let the walleye spawn.
Yep. I've been seeing some ice fishing videos from the gorge and people bringing some monster max through the holes in the ice.
And I can't.
All right. Yeah.
I can't
Amazing.
imagine fighting 30 or 40 pounder through the hole in the ice.
Yeah, me either. We did. A buddy of mine hooked into a really nice rainbow on Rockport. I could see it through the ice, but we never got it above the ice. We're coming up on 1 o'clock. Not sure.
Yeah, I got a text from Paul Gads earlier. I think we're going to have to wait for him to get us back live, but he knows 1 o'clock's the time, so I'm assuming he'll be doing that really soon.
Okay. Yeah, he's got that screen that says meeting on break. So Ben, I'm still trying to figure out how to catch kokanee through the ice. And I don't even know where to begin other than deep and with a flasher. So that's about it, all I know.
I know of people that just catch them on like little bitty tube jigs, like you'd be fishing for rainbows with. No flasher, no nothing. I don't know exactly what they do to get them to go, but that Shantae from the northern region, I know she's one person that, I don't know if she's done it this year, but in years past, I've seen where she's posted pictures of them.
Yeah, I gather it's a lot like perch, though. You got to find the school first.
I met a buddy in Idaho 2 weekends ago, and we beat the snot out of some kokanees up there. And we found it was you could fish like a little silver or pink flasher, whether it's Castmaster or whatever, run it down to, and I ended up using a little pink tungsten jig, so I had some weight so it would fall right. But he liked using raft pinkies. I don't like them because of their hooks. We had a couple that we lost nice rainbows on because the hook broke. It wouldn't break on the kokanees, but it would break on the rainbows because they fought a little harder. The biggest deal is getting the first 3 or 4 through the ice, which here means that you've got your limit on most places. But their limit was a lot more liberal. And so once you got the first 3 or 4, and there was 3 or 4 of you in the ice house and you got a dozen fish on the ice, we ended up just sight fishing through the bottom of the hole about 6 inches under the ice and just beat up fish for the next 45 minutes. So
Kokoda, we're that close?
yeah.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah. But you had to get them going. And every day it was a little different. My first day was just mealworms. Second day was waxworms. Third day was waxworms or shrimp or mealworms. It was really, but once you got 3 or 4 through the ice and everybody else, you kind of had to have a group in order to keep them there. But once you got them there, it was pretty quick. So, and they were, I mean, these are like 9 to 10 inch kokanee. This is a fishery that the age class that was a little bit bigger wasn't a great big age class. So we only caught a couple 12s. I'm not talking gorge size or strawberry size cokes. I'm talking, they're probably young a year. They're probably first year-old fish or 1.5-year-old fish, or what we were catching as 3-year-olds. So, but we also caught a yellow perch, which is an illegal introduction there. So that may spell I hope not. And the biologists and managers hope that it doesn't spell the doom of it, but it's been a pretty popular little fishery, and now somebody's hauled some perch there and dropped them off. So, but that's what we found for cokes.
Doesn't surprise me they're that close to the ice. Ice out conditions, a lot of the guys around here, they're fishing right on the surface, 50 feet behind the boat, and they're catching them. Seems to make sense.
Well, you have to think about what their forage is and their food source. And the warmest water is right at the surface that time of year, as ice comes off, and then they go deeper and deeper as water tends to warm, and that forage gets a little bit deeper as well, and pressure increases. So, yeah, it was pretty interesting. It was the first time that I targeted them, and you're allowed, at least in the region that we were fishing, you're allowed a 3-day possession limit. So, I brought home 3 days worth of cokes. So
nice.
It was fun.
I don't see Paul back on, but his screen changed to make it appear as if we are no longer on break. Randy, do you know what? Oh, we are. Okay, great. All right. Well, welcome to the afternoon session, everyone. This is the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council meeting of Thursday, February 18th, 2021. We had our regional reports in the morning, took care of a little business, and now we're moving on to a host of other items. We were initially meant to be joined by Outreach to talk about our social media push. And I think Randy's going to try to fill in. Outreach couldn't make it. We got regrets from Crystal and Outreach. So Randy, you want to take it away?
Bert, this is Ken.
Yes, Ken.
I just got a follow up on a question on the thing this morning, our regional reports, and they talked about putting tiger muskie into control of carp. And Randy, that really hasn't worked on Yuba and some of the other places because they don't seem to eat carp after they get past 6 or 8 inches. Has there been a change in the findings on that, or I'm just curious because if it really going to work, or are we wasting our time? Because it hasn't worked in the past on like Yuba and other places.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure, Ken. I don't know that much about tiger muskie, so the other biologists are welcome to chime in on this. I mean, Yuba, we've only had them in there for a year or 2 years, something like that, so we don't have a lot of history on that. I do think in the case of pelican, we're talking about a situation where there aren't that many carp, relatively speaking. This is a new introduction, so even if they aren't keying too much on the carp per se, you know, they still have potential to have some benefit there, where we're just trying to keep the numbers as low as possible versus a fishery that's already completely inundated with carp and you're trying to keep them in check, you know, with muskie. I can see that's a far more difficult situation.
Natalie, I'm not sure if you want to weigh in or if you heard the question regarding whether or not tiger muskie introduced to pelican are really going to be able to control the carp population.
So my 2 cents is we've had heavy predator management with tiger muskie and wiper in Bullock and Cottonwood since they were treated with rotenone. And last year was the first time in 7 or 8 years we actually saw an adult carp, and we've never seen young carp, juvenile carp back in there since the treatments. So whether it be the tiger muskie or the wiper, I can't say 100%, but our predator management is working in Bullock and Cottonwood. So we are hopeful that it will continue to work down at Pelican Lake, but time will tell more. And as we study diets and look at what's going on down there, we'll be able to give a better indication.
I see Chris Crockett has weighed in. He says, I think the key is whether the carp are already established versus a post-rotenone population, suggesting that given the fact that pelican has been treated fairly recently, perhaps the tiger muskie can do what we're asking them to do in pelican. Any further comments or thoughts?
I'll just throw one more thing out. In the case of, you know, tiger muskie, we're dealing with a sterile species, so this is a species you can't reproduce. So it does put us in kind of an advantage from a management perspective, because if it's not working out a pelican, or maybe they're predating too much on bluegill or bass or other things, you know, it's easy enough for us to pull the plug on the stocking and it'll eventually die out. So it gives us good control over the population. So there's a benefit there where, you know, if it's not working out as intended, we have kind of a way to back out of it versus, you know, dealing with a fertile species that can reproduce, where we have to worry about establishing a permanent population in the fishery.
All right. Any further thoughts? Crockett says, at least there's a viable approach given all the other control efforts at pelican. It may not work, but I don't think I think he meant to say an unreasonable approach. Or he said, I do think it is a reasonable approach. Okay. All right. Well, I think we're going to move on now to our social media. Crockett is harassing me by text message, but that's okay. Randy, I'll go ahead and take over for your comments on our social media outreach push.
Yeah, I don't have too much on this. We talked about this at the last meeting. We had Crystal on. We threw up a big calendar of kind of a schedule of every other week outreach kind of things we could do related to blue ribbon fisheries in the state. I think I sent that out to everyone for some review after the last meeting, and I don't think we got a lot of comments from it. Our outreach section, I didn't really have any comments for it. So I kind of take that as let's move forward with it and start implementing it. So what I'm going to do is, I think, just show my screen and show just a couple things. See here. Okay, can everyone see the Facebook thing on my screen?
We can now. I'll
blow it up just a little bit. So what I brought here is a post where I think this is what Crystal's going to basically do. She's been doing for the last couple of years, this Water Body Wednesday thing, where I don't think it's every Wednesday, but one Wednesday a month, she kind of picks a water body and highlights it. But you can see in this case, she did one for Causey Reservoir, and there's literally like 2 or 3 sentences of text and a couple pictures, and that's what she did. And I think that's what we're going to see for this blue ribbon thing, is something very similar. So as we're coming up with content for it, I don't think we need a lot. I think the hard part's really going to be getting the pictures. And then beyond that, we just need to generate, again, just a couple sentences of text to go with it, because that's the key to this, is just keeping it kind of short. So what I thought I would do is, I'll make this bigger because I know it'll be hard to see. Does that look okay, everyone? Maybe I made it too big, but
Randy, so if we have a picture from a Blue Ribbon Water, just send it to you and you'll get it passed on to Crystal, or send it to Crystal. Do we have her address? How would you like us to do this? Because I think between all of us, we can get some sort of picture.
Yeah, so here's what we kind of talked about was a topic kind of schedule for these. So we've talked about posting basically sometime the first and the third week of each month. Crystal hasn't told me what day she's targeting. I'm sure she'll do something really consistent. You know, it might be the first Tuesday and the third Tuesday or whatever of each month, or whatever works for her. But we kind of laid out a schedule. What I've done is I've kind of just focused in on the first 2 months here, so March and April. My thought is maybe we'd see how this goes for the first couple of months, and then maybe we could come back to it and review it a little bit more and see if it's working before we go any further with it. But what we kind of originally talked about was the very first post. I was thinking we would do something that would be sort of an introduction to Blue Ribbon. I don't know what we'd put yet, but kind of let people know that we're, you know, Blue Ribbon exists and what our mission statement is, and that we're going to start kind of regularly posting stuff related to Blue Ribbon. Second one, at least, you know, I had this idea of maybe doing something about bass fishing down some of the St. George area waters. April, first part of April, doing something Lake Powell. And then the third week of April, you know, maybe put something about pan fishing at Red Fleet, because that's one of our candidate waters. I guess my first question is to everyone, does that seem reasonable for at least the first 4 posts, and maybe going to the biologists? Do they seem like logical times to put these, or are these times off? Because I don't think we want to highlight fishing in waters if it's just not a good time to go.
I'd definitely say that the third week of April is not a good time for Red Fleet for pan fishing anyway, though. It just gets tougher and tougher and tougher until, you know, like say mid-May, and then it starts to get better.
We could bump that one back. I'm just gonna. Does anybody else have an idea for something where that could be a good time?
That time you might be able to look at ice-off conditions at, you know, something like Schofield, or maybe, well, I don't know if Nick's around, but I can't remember what time of the year Otter Creek is open. Maybe it started to open up and the edges are already, and it's open that time of year, but maybe some ice-off fishing somewhere. We've chased, you know, cutthroats at Strawberry the end of April, first part of May, some years, depending on, you know, weather. That might be a good one to focus on, is maybe some ice-off fishing somewhere.
I think that's a good idea, Clint. Maybe we could even be flexible on the waters and pick kind of what is icing off right about that time, since we don't know how weather's going to be over the next 6 weeks or so.
Randy, that's a good time to be walleye fishing at Deer Creek, because the ice, I guarantee the ice is going to be off. When I went past it last Wednesday, there were big stretches of open water on Deer Creek already. I mean, Jackie can comment on it, but that's not a bad time to walleye fish at Deer Creek.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Rex.
Well, maybe we could keep it open to just one of those two for that time period.
And for moving water, you know, the bugs really start hatching come April. So April, May, before runoff, there's plenty of opportunities.
Maybe I'll just tentatively put that as kind of the first May one. Okay. So what we've kind of talked about is having one person within Blue Ribbon, and we kind of talked about you, Rex, as the outreach person, as being someone as a point person who would contact Crystal and pass off the materials. Now, I think that's a good idea in principle, just having one person so Crystal doesn't have to deal with 15 people, but I think it's probably not fair to push on the one person the responsibility of wrangling all the pictures and text and that kind of thing. So I think what would make sense is having somebody who's responsible, and probably somebody, you know, kind of regionally based, or somebody who maybe fishes the water a lot, who's responsible for just at least getting the materials to Rex, who could then hand it off to Crystal. Does that seem reasonable to everyone?
It does. And Dave has shown us some really nice pictures of bass from the southern region. Of course, he's not on the call, so he can't say no, but I wonder if
I
Dave
was
could
going to volunteer
provide
Dave
material.
for the
Oh,
St. George
Nick
one.
was, okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to volunteer, Dave. I will check with Dave. Nick, could you help him out if we need some help with that, if he can't do it?
Yeah, I can talk to Dave. I mean, he pretty much lives in St. George now and fishes those all the time. So I don't think it'll be an issue at all, but I'll double check with him.
Yeah, so I mean, again, all we're looking for is probably 2 or 3 pictures and 2 sentences of text, and then that could just go into an email to, I guess we need to talk about whether Rex is the person or if we want to use somebody else as the point person, but I see it just being an email to Rex or whoever, and then that person, Rex or whoever, then forwards it to Crystal.
Okay.
This is Rex. I'll be glad to, if people get them to me, I'll be glad to get them on to Crystal. Larry said that he might be willing to help me out on outreach too, and maybe between the two of us, we could do it if I'm not volunteering you, Larry.
No, I'm happy to do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
We could figure out between you two. I mean, maybe having Larry do it. Larry's kind of new as this vice chair position and outreach, but it'd be a good opportunity. I think, it's good to get those connections with our outreach staff. And honestly, Crystal's really good at what she does. I don't think we need to give her more than a few breadcrumbs and she'll turn it into something. So I don't think it's really much more than pressing forward on an email, and then she might come back with a question or something, but I think that'll be about it. Okay, so next one, early season fishing at Powell. And I might be able, in the case of Powell, might be able to go to outreach and see if they've got pictures. They don't have a lot of pictures, but some of these big fisheries like a Powell, they tend to have more pictures from.
I'd pass that one to Dave Behunin as well, or maybe even Ben Hertz could, some of those guys that chase bass a lot more, they would have a better idea. But I think that might be a pretty decent time. But I've only been there in June, so.
Yeah, April's a good time, and if we're hurting for pictures or anything, I'm sure Wayne can help us out.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking we could go to Wayne. I don't feel too bad asking Dave twice. I did kind of tally up what this looks like across all the regions, and not surprisingly, this kind of springtime, the southern region gets hit hard, but then the rest of the year is a little bit lighter. So I don't think we'd, on an annual basis, be volunteering Dave any more than anyone else. It just happens to be maybe a little bit here, kind of at the beginning.
An option on that could be Flaming Gorge. The Lakers early in the year are very willing to bite.
At that April kind of time frame?
Yeah, late March, early April.
Okay. I will you okay with me putting your name on there, Ben, if we do end up going there? And I'm thinking that would be just if Dave, kind of shows some resistance or something.
You bet. I'm already planning to head that way probably this week, and I'll probably be going up there clear into April. So.
Okay. I think
I'll take this one.
Okay, sounds good, Rex. And then fly fishing. If we go that route, yeah, I think we probably will May 1st.
I'm happy to try to provide.
Okay. So we got that first schedule for now. I will send this out after the meeting just so everybody kind of has that cemented in their minds, and I'll try to send out some reminders as well so people kind of stay on top of it. But I think the plan will be probably then get your stuff, and I'll work with Crystal to get a date on everything, but get your stuff it's going to be Larry, and then Larry forwards it to Crystal, and I'll help make sure all that happens. Like Larry, I'll get you her email address and all that.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
And we'll see how this goes. Like my thought is again, we'll let this go for a couple months, and maybe we can reevaluate and see if this is working or not working. I'll also, when I send this out, I'll send the kind of annual calendar. And my thought there is, if you're fishing somewhere, I don't know, say in May, but it's going to show up with the water, in September or something, we're going to highlight. Maybe you could have some pictures in hand that you can have for later, so we don't have to do any extra work. Okay, so the last thing, Crystal
Randy?
asked us. Yeah.
Might as well move that pen fishing at Candidate Water Red Fleet up to the next line to row 7.
I should. That's a good idea. That gets us 3 months done.
Yep.
Is that something, Ben, you could do?
You bet.
Okay.
I just had a thought. I was typing it, but being I'm talking now, maybe we just kind of all evaluate, let's say I can't come up with lake trout and Dave can't come up with anything from POW. Who else in the group has been fishing? Where are they at and what are they doing? If they're having good success, and maybe be a little more fluid and just change to where the good bite is.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I think another thing we've got is I've tried interspersing in the schedule occasional breaks from kind of highlighting where the fishing's good to more just kind of related to Blue Ribbon. What is Blue Ribbon? Projects we're working on, Blue Ribbon Canada waters, that kind of thing. But I see those coming from me in Salt Lake, and I think those are things, if we get into a pinch, we could plug something like that into a slot.
I agree with that.
Ben, I could be forced to come out and go with you.
I'll second that.
Where are we fishing?
At Red Fleet, because I want to get out there. I'm anxious to get out to Red Fleet. This sounds like some fun. And if Natalie's got them hidden somewhere in the lake right now, they've got to show up eventually.
Maybe another idea we could go with this one is we've talked about doing a field trip out to Red Fleet, waiting till after we do our field trip. The fishing, maybe we're at the tail end of the season, but might provide an opportunity where maybe we get a picture of something like that of Blue Ribbon members and use it as kind of a, here's Blue Ribbon in action kind of shot. Oh, by the way, this is a good time to fish for panfish at Red Fleet. Something like that. It'd be a little different than kind of highlighting the hot fishing, but maybe put a little more focus on Blue Ribbon and what Blue Ribbon does.
Yeah.
We could hold that thought for now and see if some trip to Red Fleet materializes. It's not like Natalie was talking maybe June-ish, so we can go from there. I think we've got some flexibility. Okay, so the last thing Crystal kind of wanted from us is she wants a hashtag that she can always kind of, I guess, refer to our Blue Ribbon posts as on Facebook. She threw out 4 possibilities. So Fish Blue Ribbon Utah, Blue Ribbon Fisheries, or Utah Blue Ribbon. And she kind of wanted just a consensus of what we think our favorite one is. Does anybody have any comments? I guess otherwise we could, I guess, vote or something to come up with our favorite of those 4.
Would you say those again, please, Randy?
Okay, so it's Fish Blue Ribbon, all one word, kind of combined. That's the first one. The second one is Blue Ribbon Utah. The third one is Blue Ribbon Fisheries. And then the fourth one is Utah Blue Ribbon.
Randy, I'm kind of leaning towards Utah Blue Ribbon for me.
And I'm leaning towards Blue Ribbon Utah. We're going to have to do a doodle poll or something.
I like both the ones with Utah in it. Either one's good with me.
And I guess my take is I like having the word Utah in there.
Chris Crockett says stick with the one with fish in it.
And I kind of like Blue Ribbon Fisheries just because of that point as well.
And then one thing I was meaning to ask Crystal, and I haven't got around to this yet, but lots of states have Blue Ribbon Fisheries, and then there's other Blue Ribbon panels that aren't fishery related out there in the world. It's just kind of a common catch term for high quality, whatever. I think, there's Blue Ribbon agriculture panels and things like that. Whether, it makes sense to actually have one that has both Utah Fisheries and Blue Ribbon all in there. It becomes long, it might be Utah Blue Ribbon Fisheries. I don't know if that's too long or not, but.
Crockett has also mentioned that there's a Blue Ribbon Access Coalition, and you might not want to get confused with that.
Yeah, I don't think adding fisheries to either of the Utah ones would be bad because I can spell all those words.
It's true. They're not hard to spell. So.
And Jackie has suggested a new one altogether, UT Blue Ribbon Fisheries.
That would be a pretty good compromise.
Yeah, I like that one too.
I do too.
I like that one, Jackie.
We might have a
Definitely
winner.
good to have Utah in there.
Does anybody have any objections before I pitch that to Crystal? Not hearing anybody. I'll pitch that one to her and see what she has to say, see if she has any objections or not. I don't know if she knows some of the things we've talked about, you know, the presence of multiple blue ribbon panels across Utah, the fact that lots of states have blue ribbon fisheries and not wanting to confuse any of those things. So, okay. I think that's what we've got. So I think after this meeting, I'll kind of send out that spreadsheet stuff so we all have that schedule in hand and kind of the workflow. And then again, Larry, I'll get you Crystal's contact information so you could forward it on to her.
Perfect.
Okay, that's what I got, Bert.
All right, thanks, Randy. So the next item on the agenda this is actually ties into some other things we've talked about with respect to outreach. And one of the things we want to do is raise the profile of Utah's Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council and the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Program to the public. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to make sure that if a project receives blue ribbon funds, or if a water is a blue ribbon water, and a sign is going up for whatever reason, whether it's a new dock at Starvation, or whether it's a kiosk along the new Parkway Trail through Lower Provo Canyon, why not indicate that it's a blue ribbon fishery? So I would like to see maybe a bigger push to create signs or incorporate blue ribbon in existing signs or any new signs that are being developed. So for all the biologists that are still on, when you pitch a project, if there's an opportunity for you to tell the public that the funds, at least in part, came from the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Program, that would be one way to do it. And I would strongly encourage all projects that receive Blue Ribbon funding to prominently display a blue ribbon sign. And one of the reasons I brought this up and put it on the agenda is we were made aware of some really nice signs that were paid for with a grant through the Western Native Trout Initiative, if I have that right. But they were at the Sheep Creek Lake Fish Trap, and Blue Ribbon has been a part of that and has helped pay for the road to be built into there. And I'm not sure exactly what happened to the project, but at one point in time, it was a project to be funded by Blue Ribbon, but I think it ended up not being funded. At any rate, the point is, it's a beautiful sign. It has logos from just about every other group that's been involved, but Blue Ribbon is not on the new sign. There are blue ribbon signs closer to the fish trap, but it would have been nice if we had been included on that new sign. So that was one of the reasons I wanted to make this clear. The other is, as I have fished, for example, the Lower Provo River, I'm well aware that in the past, there used to be signs indicating that they're just small little signs, like the size of a piece of 8.5 by 11 standard size paper, indicating that this is a blue ribbon fishery. And they were prominently posted early in the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Program. And I haven't seen any, I watched one particular sign over the years fade with sun exposure and the post rot, and it fell over, and I don't know what happened to the sign. But I think there's an opportunity for Blue Ribbon to really let the public know what we're doing with this council. There's been a lot of snarky feedback, which Outreach has made us aware of regarding some public comments on Blue Ribbon. And I think really the people that are quick to criticize don't realize all the good things that the Blue Ribbon program does. So I'm going to open it up for comments. See what you think, see if there's any ideas. I know Rex had an interesting idea regarding a standard blue ribbon logo sign. So I'll open it up for comments.
I'll throw a couple comments into this. I do think, going to the biologist, any opportunity we have to slap a blue ribbon logo on something, we should be doing. And I know I told Bert this, I'm working with outreach right now to get, I think, about 20 signs made. They're not going to be huge, probably the size of a piece of paper or something like that. They're going to be just generic signs that say something to the effect of, this project was funded by Blue Ribbon dollars or something like that. So I'll have those available. I also think, through the social media calendar, there's certain projects that we would never slap a sign on. I know Clint's been doing a lot of habitat kind of work, for example, which is not something you'd screw a sign into, bank stabilization structures, that kind of thing. I think we have opportunities through the social media calendar to maybe especially highlight those projects, make the public aware, even though there isn't a sign out there. So those are just two thoughts from my end.
One of the things that I like is we're spending the public's money, and Blue Ribbon. Randy sent me a list of how many licenses we sold last year in Utah, and there's about almost 700,000 fishing people out there that they ought to know. Hey, this is where your money's being spent. It's not, just disappearing into thin air. It's actually being used. It's upgrading your fishing experience. And I mean, it's always nice to know where your money's being spent. And sometimes I can't tell if you saw the potholes in Pleasant Grove. I'm pretty sure our taxes aren't being spent there, but it's kind of nice to know is it the fishing pier starvation, Natalie? It's got a blue ribbon. Thank you. I just think that people be like, well, dang, that's a nice place for us to have spent some money. The ladies that are fishing, I'm really grateful we don't have to go find a bush, because we help fund the Lost Creek, restroom that's there at the base. And so I think this is a really good way for us to let people know, hey, we're working. Each one of us represents about 50,000 voting fishermen, and they vote with their money.
I think Russ had a comment. Russ?
Yeah, I like the sign idea. The division's come up with many signs over the years, and some have been pretty attractive and are still out there and don't fade and that kind of stuff. Because you have to obviously do good materials. But the other idea that I was thinking is just having a little sticker, if you will, to add to additional signs. It doesn't have to be big, just something small that you can put on something, in the right location. And even the council could put it on their bumper, or on their truck shell or something, and help advertise.
Yeah, we've mentioned stickers before. Jackie has been raising her hand. Jackie, you have a comment?
I love the idea of logos on tangible products and projects that Blue Ribbon has funded, because regardless of the status of that fishery, whatever, if it's a bathroom, if it's a fishing pier, that's something that's always going to be associated with Blue Ribbon, right? I struggle a little bit with identifying, and I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I agree, I like the idea, but I struggle a little bit with identifying waters as Blue Ribbon, because the status does change, and then signage and maintaining those signs and keeping up with those signs may be a little bit of a struggle. And then just to go back to your comment, Bert, about watching a sign fade and fall down over the years, if we're putting up signs at Blue Ribbon Waters, then that's something that needs to be somewhat of a priority to make sure that those signs are maintained, because the last thing you want is your logo crumbling down into the ground and getting grown over. And that would be the take home message. They don't really care about this Blue Ribbon Water.
Yeah, that's a good comment. I agree. I will say there is an opportunity on the Lower Provo, Jackie, with Wasatch County and UDOT. When they finish putting that parkway through, there's an intention to put a kiosk to discuss, both the Heber Railroad and also the Provo River and its importance to the community over the years. So I know the county planner from Wasatch County is interested in working with Blue Ribbon. So I might put him in touch with you and or Mike and Chris to consider working with them to create a sign for that kiosk as envisioned.
I think that's
Randy,
yeah.
okay.
I would say Slater because that water is his baby.
Yeah. Okay. Randy had a comment, and then Larry has his hand up as well.
Yeah, I know I'm jumping a couple people here, but I think that's a good comment, Jackie. When I have these signs built, they haven't been designed yet, but I'll make them say something general, like this project was funded using Blue Ribbon dollars. So I think what that does is it takes the emphasis on whether or not a water is the ribbon still, but status changes, but it just highlights that's the money source for it. So we still get identified without identifying the water as Blue Ribbon.
I'm reading the meeting chat, and Chris Crockett has provided yet another suggestion through chat, and then we'll get to Larry. Going back to the hashtag, Chris came up with Fish UT Blue Ribbon. So there we go. There's yet another idea. Larry, what were you thinking?
Yeah, my only thought was maybe a little tagline because, you know, I didn't understand before I joined this committee that or council that the license dollars went to these kind of projects. So maybe a little tagline like your fishing license dollars at work or something like that. Because that way then people know, oh, well, gosh, they are, you know, the state is putting money into the fisheries and it's not just going to the general fund and we're spending it on goodness knows what, you know.
That's a really good suggestion, Larry. Yeah, again, these haven't been designed, so there's some leeway on changing the text and all that.
Randy, are you going to incorporate the logo like we have on our shirts, something to that effect? Blue Ribbon Fishery. I know this is out of the handbook that, you know, that's a pretty nice thing and people will start recognize it. And I was thinking about what Russ said. How small can they make those signs? You said 8 by 11. I was wondering if we could get something that was like 4 by 6 or 3 by 4 or something like that just had the Blue Ribbon Fisheries. I'd stick one of those. I'm not very good at putting bumper stickers on, but you know, if you had a little metal thing that actually had some durability to it, and if we had something fairly small that we could actually just stick on other signs, you know, maybe that's something. Of course, you'd have somebody in the public, if they're just stick on, that would decide they wanted a collection of them and have them in a notebook somewhere, but might be something we could do, just small metal ones.
Yeah, no. So first off, the logo, yes, it's going to incorporate the logo. I kind of want the brand recognition part of it where people get to use to seeing our logo on fisheries and start identifying our logo, because I think it identifies more rapidly in people's minds than the text, you know, Blue Ribbon or whatever. As for the size of them, yeah, I can look at other sizes. I don't know what's available, to be honest with you, Rex. I know the ones I ordered, they're not actually, I say they're a sheet of paper size. I think they're a little smaller than that. So I think there is some flexibility in size.
I see Cal has his hand raised. I bet he's planning on putting a sign on every BDA on Huntington. No, Cal?
I got a couple things, if you'll let me for a second. As far as signs, I'd like to see 2 types of signs. One for the Blue Ribbon Project, you know, describing the funds, you know, were raised by Blue Ribbon to, you know, work on this project, but also an actual Blue Ribbon sign for the waters. I understand where Jackie's coming from about waters change status. I just went through this whole process in our region. Over the last 3 years, we replaced all of our regulation signs across 6 waters. And I've had new signs for Schofield built, put them up, and then the statewide wiper regulation changed, and I have to replace 30 signs right now. So having a Blue Ribbon fishery, you know, sign that could be put on a post or kiosk separate of our regulation sign would be great. Instead of having a sticker on it or anything like that, just for sheer number of signs that might have to be replaced or something like that. The other consideration for us, at least for me down on the Manti, our regulation signs have to go through, outreach and meet their designs, but they also have to be approved and meet the Forest Service signs design also. And so when you're talking about stickers and little stuff like that, where you can just put it on a sign, just be aware that the Forest Service may have some pushback on if you're just putting stickers on posts or trailhead, other Forest Service signs. There, you might have to work with them to provide something different.
I was just curious, Calvin, do they have some general guidelines that you have to follow? And if so, can I get those? Because then we can maybe try to incorporate that.
Yeah, they did. I'll have to look through my emails. We just replaced the duck fork signs too this year for up there, and they were pretty good with working with us to keep with what we were doing, but they don't like very bright colors or anything like that. So, but they were good to work with. So I'll see if I can find those guidelines.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'm happy to work on creating a water sign too. When I originally started this effort, I had no idea what the signs would cost. So I got a quote and they ended up being a lot cheaper than I expected. So I think making a second round of signs just to highlight the fisheries themselves isn't an issue.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to reach out to Forest Service and make sure we're on board with whatever works for them. Assuming they're good with our logo on the collaborative projects. So, okay, any further comments? I don't see any in the comment section. No raised hands, so might as well move on. Okay, the next item on the agenda is leadership positions and subtopic responsibilities of those leadership positions for the Blue Ribbon Council and succession planning. And I have Randy written down as who's going to talk about this, but I'll just remind the council that, we have my position opening up in June. I will be finished with my 6 years. So there's a chair position there. And then generally speaking, Ken Strong is done with the Central Region rep in June as well. George Weekly, an at-large rep, also vice chair, is done. So from leadership, we have chair, vice chair of the council. We also have Waters Committee chair. And there will be other openings like the Central Region representative come June. So, Randy, you want to talk about leadership positions, responsibility, and succession?
Yeah, I could talk about that. I'm going to slap something back on my screen. I made a little PowerPoint for this to kind of run through it. Okay, so again, we're kind of talking about the leadership structure of Blue Ribbon. I'm just going to start off by talking about the current structure, and Bert really kind of gave a nice overview of this, but currently our chair position is Bert himself, our vice chair is George. Then we have two standing subcommittees, so an outreach subcommittee and a water subcommittee. And right now, Rex is kind of running the outreach subcommittee. And then I think the last meeting, or maybe the meeting before that, Larry stepped in as kind of this vice chair role. So we have the option of creating vice chairs under both the outreach and waters committees if we so choose. And then the waters committee, we actually don't have a chair. We haven't had a chair for a fairly long period of time. And Bert's been doing the work for a couple of years, but it's definitely an open position, and it's one we would like to get filled. As Bert kind of said, a bunch of these people on here are about to leave, particularly Bert and George. I think their terms expire, I think the end of June, or it's thereabouts. So, we only have a few months of these people being left on the council, and that leaves us with no chair and no vice chair. And again, that waters committee position has been open for a long time. What we've done traditionally is if somebody is elected or they decide to serve in one of these positions, they normally serve in that position until they leave that position or their Blue Ribbon term expires. So traditionally, we haven't had any term limits. So kind of looking toward the future, we've been talking about this among the steering committee and how to handle this moving forward. And what we're kind of considering, and this is something that's definitely open for discussion, is creating a leadership rotation. And the idea here is it'd be a 2-year rotation. The first year, somebody would be elected into the water chair position, and that person would double as the Blue Ribbon vice chair. And then after doing that for a year, they'd be automatically promoted to the full Blue Ribbon chair person. And they'd serve that for a year, and then their leadership terms within Blue Ribbon would end at that point. So as I kind of mentioned, we would elect a new water chair every year, and then that person would automatically become the Blue Ribbon chair after a year. And then what we kind of talked about is having no rotation within the outreach chair position, because it takes some time to build those relationships among angling groups for these outreach pieces people put together. And also within the Division of Wildlife Outreach Department, it takes a little while to build those relationships. We could certainly discuss that a little bit more, if that's the way we want to go or not. So I think what we need to talk about today is, again, we need to fill the Blue Ribbon chair, vice chair, and water committee chair positions. And that puts us in a a position where there's really kind of 3 things we need to vote on today. First is we need to elect a Blue Ribbon chairperson to replace Bert. And unless he's changed his mind, it sounds like Rex has volunteered for that. So we just need to confirm Rex into that position. Second thing, we need to also approve the leadership rotation. So I talked about, that rotation we've kind of been considering. We need to talk about whether that's the direction we want to go, or if there's some other way we want to structure this. And then finally, we need to have a waters committee chair. And there's actually been a few people that have expressed some interest in that. We just need to kind of get a final volunteer and vote on the person. And again, there's a couple people there. We have options for chair and vice chair positions. So I don't think it would exclude anyone from a leadership position in Blue Ribbon. We just have to talk about kind of who would take that role in the end. So is there any questions on any of that?
I was going to note that when we founded the Waters Committee, we actually had a couple of council members on it. So there may be a quote unquote vice chair position on the Waters Committee as well. I'm not sure if a 1-year term is ideal for a chair, but I'd be curious to hear whether the council feels that way. It certainly would give you the opportunity to hear from more people than just me for 2 years or whatever it's been now. So any thoughts on the frequency for rotations and this automatic ascendancy? I don't know that we need to cut out outreach from becoming chair, and it sounds like Rex is ready to do it and has done a great job coming up with good ideas for outreach. But any thoughts on A, the term that a chair should serve, number of years, and B, the rotation that Randy described?
To me, the 1-year term seems too short. I think it should be a 2-year minimum term. 1 year goes by really quick.
I agree. I think the one challenge to consider is these terms are embedded inside your Blue Ribbon term, which is 3 years with the possibility to re-up it for 3 more years. So I guess where I'm going with this is, if we create a 4-year rotation out of this, what that does is, if you have a 3-year Blue Ribbon term, you might not fill out your entire rotation, if that makes sense.
Any further comments? Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I just rotated off a service area here in Silver Creek. And we had a 1-year term on our chair and our vice chair, mainly because there was some politics involved several years ago. Somebody didn't like the chair, yada, yada, yada. There's a little different committee than this. But I agree that 1 year may be too short. I know it's a 3-year term, but just my thinking, the first 3 years into this thing, you're just kind of getting your arms around the bucket, so to speak. And then if there was a rotation into the vice chair position, and then the chair position over that period of time, that might be a little more succinct than a 1 year off, because 1 year is really just not enough time, I think, to get your arms around it. Just my thoughts.
Randy, what was your thinking about specifically kind of directing Waters chair to become council chair?
That's hard. You know, I think when you have two kind of parallel chair positions, you got a Waters chair and you have an outreach chair, and you want to create a rotation out of it, you know, who is that next logical person? You know, you might have two eligible candidates, you know, two people who are good leaders who might be very well in the step in the position, but you kind of have a logjam of people trying to ascend up to that chair position. So I guess my thought with it was having just one designated position to do it. And we could do it out of outreach. I don't have any logic behind picking Waters beyond. I feel like in the case of outreach, there is maybe some time it takes to build those relationships again and to kind of get your feet under you. But I mean, if we want to switch to a 2-year term, you know, maybe a 2-year term as well kind of solves that problem, where you give people 2 years to get their feet under them and the outreach end of things before they move on.
I guess one comment is that we have very few Waters to evaluate this year. We have one. So there's less work for the Waters Committee to do, although we will be reevaluating Waters as well. It's a good opportunity to revisit Blue Ribbon fisheries throughout the state. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But I know at the time we were trying to put more structure around how the Waters evaluation would proceed with the framework of the Hepworth-Walker scale as outlined in the handbook. But I do kind of feel like 2 years is about right.
And I suppose another option, you know, we talk a rotation. The reason we talk a rotation is we've been working for a long period of time to try to fill this chair position. There's no saying we have to do that. You know, we could elect people in the 2-year positions, and then when they expire, we can elect, you know, new people to fill those positions. So what that would create then is a situation where, particularly if everything's synced up in terms of the terms, you know, say Bert's position, you say, you know, as chair, it expires, then we're looking at electing the next person. You know, we could pick somebody from Blue Ribbon, or we could look at the Waters chairs or the outreach chair and just elect one of those people instead of having a designated rotation.
So, quick question, because I haven't read your handbook. Bert, will you discuss a little bit about what the Waters chair does and how that differs? Since you've been doing both the chair position and the Waters chair position, to me, it's melded together and I don't see the distinction. Could those duties be melded together?
Possibly. Randy, do you want to launch that responsibilities list?
Yeah, I could launch that. Okay, so I'm just going to start with the chairperson. I set this out after the last meeting, but time commitments, you have the once monthly meeting, so it's about 5 hours. About every other month, we've got a steering committee meeting. And then Bert kind of identified that over his time as a chair, he's been on average spending maybe about 6 hours a month doing just other administrative duties outside of meetings that are associated with Blue Ribbon. So the main responsibilities are lead meetings, create and distribute the meeting agendas to council members and regional biologists, review and distribute the meeting minutes, help recruit new members, provide feedback and assistance to the outreach and Waters committees when it's necessary, help coordinate the scoring of Waters and projects, and occasionally there's interviews with the media. Like, for instance, Bert did a podcast with Fate Jolly within our outreach section last year. Occasionally there's a presentation to interested groups. Bert's done some with AFS and the Trout Unlimited, and also work with the division liaison, who's me, on just other tasks as needed. So that's kind of the chair position's responsibilities. Now, the Waters Committee responsibilities are what I've highlighted here. So that would be to lead the Waters Committee. So tasks include developing a list of waters that regions would like to have evaluated, developing a list of waters that require reevaluation, coordinating water visits among members, and assisting with the scoring of potential Blue Ribbon waters. That kind of answer your question, Jackie? So I think traditionally there has been a break between the two positions that just kind of melded together because we've had that hole within without having a Waters Committee chair for a couple of years. But I think definitely we've had this distinct breakout in the past, and we can move back to having that distinct breakout again in the future.
Yeah, that answers it perfectly. And seeing it written down like that makes me realize that it is quite the heavy workload that Bert's taken on doing both of those positions.
Well, I'd say with respect to the Waters Committee, the real work was way back 2 or 3 years ago when we started moving towards spreadsheet-based scoring. And Randy has taken that idea and run with it and created a whole new level of relatively straightforward evaluation. One example is separating out the subjective scores, which the council members continue to weigh in on. They have primary say on all subjective parts of the scoring process, whereas we rely now on the biologists for the objective indicators like water quality, water quantity, etc. So all of that, we kind of had to work our way through, not only that, but trying to put it in a spreadsheet format. And that was most of the work that I did on the Waters Committee. The scoring, is now almost taking care of itself, although there's still a need for the chair to lead through the scoring meeting. And as you know, we've instituted this additional final check on our product with the thumb up, thumb down. Is this, in your view, a blue ribbon fishery, and do we want to list it as such? But I think Randy's rethinking this in terms of building these responsibilities for identifying waters to be evaluated or reevaluated into the position of vice chair, kind of getting the vice chair more involved in the process. So I think that maybe that was the rationale behind largely looking to the vice chair, who would also be the Waters Committee lead, essentially, to basically succeed or exceed or whatever it's called, rise to the level of chair after their service as vice chair. Randy?
Yeah, traditionally, I was going to say the vice chair role has been to, sit through steering committee meetings, and the vice chair has definitely provided very valuable advice and guidance to the council. And then after that, the vice chair's role is to kind of step in meetings when the chair is absent. So I think in the end, it's maybe not a ton of duties we've done traditionally for the vice chair. And what this does is it builds in some more duties to that vice chair position. And I think also gets them a little bit more immersed into the council, so they're kind of aware of what's going on if, we do that rotation and they ascend into the chair position.
Where do you want to take it from here, Randy?
Well, I think let's take the most pressing need, and the most pressing need is we need to fill a chair position.
All right, I'd like to nominate Rex Infanger to serve as chair of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council.
I've been on the council. I thoroughly enjoy being on the council, and I just didn't want us to get to a point where we didn't have a chair. But if Russ wants to raise his hand and go, hey, I'll be more than willing to be the chair or somebody else. I'm sorry, Russ, you happen to be the face I was looking at the time. There's nothing. I'll be glad to do it. I think what we do really represents a lot of folks, nearly 700,000 people in Utah. And that's a pretty neat thing to be a part of. And we definitely got a neat product that they've raised with their money.
So I guess I'll ask, is anybody else interested in the chair position?
I would just say Rex is a good choice just because of his experience and a little bit more tenure, if you will. And he's always willing to contribute to these meetings as well.
Jackie has her hand up. I'm not sure if she has additional comments.
That was old, sorry.
That's all right. All right. Well, the intention, and we talked about this at steering committee, would be to turn over the reins. I would turn over the reins after we're done with the scoring process. So I believe that would probably be the April meeting, which would give an overlap where I could step back and assist Rex for a couple of months, 2-3 months before I'm done with my service on the council. So I made a motion that we elect Rex as our chair. I don't know that I need a second, but I am curious if there's any discussion other than what Russ already said.
Just as a point of order, in our handbook, we do have to go by the correct parliamentary procedures. It is part of the handbook, Bert. So yes, we do have to have a second.
All right, who's going to second Rex to be chair?
This is
I'll second that.
I'm going to say
Sorry,
Ken beat. We have 3 seconds. I'm going to say Ken seconded first. How's that? And I don't know how we do a vote, but I think we would probably say, is there any opposition, basically? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, no opposition. I don't know if the parliamentary procedures will allow, but I think we all agree that Rex will serve as our new chair starting in April.
Yeah, I think that format
Thanks.
you just did is kind of how I've been seeing them happen. So I think we're legit.
Congratulations, Rex. And George Weekly has just said that by text as well.
Yeah, I
All
think
right.
Rex will do a good job in this position. So I think maybe the next order of business, let's handle water's chair. And then my thought is the rotation thing, we can talk about as time goes on. That's less pressing to me than getting these positions filled. And we can maybe kind of figure out in subsequent meetings, are we going to want to rotate or not rotate, and kind of work on developing that through time. So given that, is there anyone who's maybe interested in the water's chair position? Kind of where we've been the last couple of years.
We've had a couple of people express an interest offline, so speak up if you're interested and don't be shy.
For lack of anybody else, I'm willing to step in and do it with training, as I've talked to both you and Randy. But I'm the greenest here, so I'd expect some hand holding as I get my feet under me.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. That's kind of why I'm here, is to help people along and this kind of stuff. So yeah, we'll definitely coach you along. And I think honestly, it won't take that long for you to hit your groove doing it. It's not too bad, I don't think.
Russ, you were going to say something, looked like?
I was just saying, if no one else stepped up, I'd support Brian as well.
Me personally, I know Brian's new, but I like the fact that Brian will fish for carp with a worm and can handle a fly rod. So that pretty well covers all the waters that we have in Utah. So I like somebody in there that loves fishing it, and on either end of the spectrum. So I'd certainly support Brian.
I know Brian's traveled the state and fished a lot of small streams. That much I know for sure. So, all right. Well, I'd like to make a motion that we elect Brian to serve as the Waters Committee Chair. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Ken seconded Brian as Waters Committee Chair again. Shall we do unanimous consent? Is there any opposition? I hear none. So congratulations, Brian. You are the Waters Chair, and we'll work on your training. The waters have been identified for this year. That is the water, Red Fleet. George just texted, congrats, Brian. Indeed. And we do have a waters reevaluation calendar that Randy has devised as acting Waters Chair. So I don't know if we want to talk about that right now, but we will. Do we want to talk more about outreach? committee with Larry's willingness to serve as vice chair or perhaps now chair of outreach committee?
Well, if Rex is going to ascend to the chair position, I'd be happy to, with some coaching, take on his responsibilities for the outreach committee. Being a retired salesperson, I think that might fit.
Excellent.
Larry, I think this is one of the, since you know I'm retired sales too, this is a really great product to put forth, and the people that are paying for it have already paid. I mean, how good a sales call is that?
I like the money in advance part, Rex.
Oh boy, here we go. Now TJ has some experience. He's like, what? Me? We've mentioned TJ at steering committee just because he has some deep experience with the law, and we may be looking to him for some additional help at some point in the future, helping us make revisions to the handbook. He hasn't volunteered for that, and this is a surprise to him, but I thought TJ might be good in that role since he's read the handbook carefully. TJ, any thoughts on that?
I haven't had enough experience with Blue Ribbon to be in a leadership position, but I'm more than willing to help out. And that means in any position that, any committee that you guys think I might be of use. That would work out just perfectly with where I'm at in my life right now. So whatever you need, tell me. I'm more willing to be a worker than just sit here. And I've got some ideas. It'd be great.
All right. And meanwhile, Russ has written in the chat that Larry, I can help you on outreach if you want help as well. So we got two willing and able people in TJ and Russ to help in various ways. So Randy, you had a comment?
Oh, I was going to say, this goes back to what we're talking about with TJ. I was going to say, I think probably we're going to have to revise the handbook. I think we'll hit you up, TJ, is just maybe on going through the language and making sure we're in a good place with that. But I think we'll have to look through it first and make some changes.
Okay, any further comments regarding leadership positions, responsibility, succession? Thank you, those who have stepped forward. Don't worry, there will be training at some point along the way. Plus you have Randy, who, as I said, is basically taken waters evaluation and project evaluation to the next level of simplicity and ease. And that leads us to the next item on the agenda, which is the blue. Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
Two things, Bert. I think first off, do we need to have a vote on Larry going into the outreach chair position?
Thank you for reminding me.
I'll move that Larry be the outreach chair.
Okay, Rex has moved that Larry be the outreach chair, and I will second that motion. And again, I'd like to do this by unanimous consent. So is there any opposition? All right, hearing none. Larry, congratulations. You are the outreach chair. And once Rex ascends to the chair position, it's beginning in April, I guess.
And then where I was going to go after that twofold, I think, Russ, you were willing to help with outreach. We'll put you in the vice chair position. I don't think we need a vote for that one per se. Tell me if I'm wrong on that, if anyone disagrees, but I think we can get you involved in helping with that. And then I think what we talked about is we have every couple months a steering committee meeting, which, traditionally it's been kind of the waters chair, the outreach chair, the vice chair, and the chair and myself getting together maybe every couple months and talking for an hour or so. I'll start inviting all the new people, so Larry and Brian and Russ, to those meetings, and we could find dates and all that. But our thoughts, we make the first meeting kind of a training meeting so you guys can get your feet under you and sort of understand where we're going.
All right. Congratulations, Rex. Congratulations, Brian. Congratulations, Larry. And thank you, Russ. Congratulations for the vice chair. And TJ, thanks for being willing to help out. All right. I think that concludes that agenda item, although Ben has his hand up. Ben.
My term's up in June as well, and I've got somebody that in mind, and Natalie does too, that is going to be replacing me. So I just can't fulfill my obligation some months, just the way the world has changed over the last couple of years. So it's probably better if somebody else that has more time can take my spot. So I'll be moving on.
Okay, and that's in June. So we will need a Northeast region representative in June. Jackie just said, I can't believe that your term is up. 3 years went that quickly. Wow. And Ken, Central Region will be open in June. So we have 2 regions that will need to find folks that live in the region ideally, or very familiar with and advocates for the region. And then, as I mentioned previously, I am a Coldwater rep and George is an at-large rep. So I'll start talking it up and see if I can't find some Coldwater folks. That's should be relatively easy to do. Any further comments on that? Positions open. Randy, any thoughts?
No, I think, I will maybe after this meeting send out the membership roster and maybe start poking the regions where we're going to have these vacancies, just to make sure we're maybe thinking of people and tapping as many people as possible so we can have these filled, because I think all these come open, June 30th or something thereabouts. So try to have them filled at that time. And it's not too early, because in the past we've brought people in as well and had them kind of shadow us for a couple months before they officially join the council. So it doesn't hurt to have people starting to come early if they're willing and available.
And as a reminder, they need to provide a resume, and it's easiest to just get that to Randy and then go through the application process. Formally, they have to be approved by the governor's office to serve, and then we'll make the changes on the website eventually. I guess, another place we could post this would be on Facebook. We could mention that we have these openings. One of the things that we're having a bit of a problem with is the way terms are staggered. We have quite a few folks leaving in June. So, and then we have a lot of new folks. So there's not a whole lot of folks in the middle of their terms. But at any rate, maybe we can put it out on Facebook as well, Randy.
I think that's a consideration. I think maybe another thing, and this is going to be a long-term thing, but maybe I'll see if I could work. I don't know if this is in the guidebook or if we could work in the governor's office, but it'd be nice to sync people's terms up and have a common end date, because it's not too bad this year, but some years, you have some person that ends in February and another person that ends in April, another person that ends in August, and we're constantly finding new people. If they had them all synced and had a common end date within a year, that might be helpful.
Randy, just as an update, in the handbook, it actually says your terms, no matter when you came in, officially you start July 1st.
Well, that would make a June 30th or 31st or whatever the end of June is end date for everyone. So, but I will look at that down the road and make sure we get that kind of taken care of.
All right. Well, speaking of the handbook, and speaking of these new positions and folks that are stepping forward, stepping up to fill these positions, we do have an electronic version of the handbook available, but for the new members, you can get a hard copy of the handbook as well. Randy's willing to send that out to you, and he will include with it a shirt, a blue ribbon shirt, if we have them in stock and in your size. I think the inventory's pretty good. So contact Randy, send him your shirt size, and tell him if you would like a handbook printed copy. Don't necessarily have to have a printed copy, but they're available.
And yeah, you can just reply to the email after the meeting. There's been a request for me to send out the electronic versions of the handbook, so I'll do that after this meeting as well. But yeah, if you want a hard copy and you want a shirt, looks like Bert's wearing a shirt right now. I've got them. We just need to know a size, and hopefully I've got one in stock for you.
Okay, moving on to the next agenda item. Next month, we will have a joint meeting with Habitat Council. It's going to be pushed back a week. It's actually the 4th Thursday of the month, which is March 25th. And in that meeting, we score projects. And those projects are handled through the WRI database. And Randy's going to tell us a little bit more about the Blue Ribbon projects that are currently in the database and how the scoring process will proceed this year. Randy?
Yeah. So I'm going to take a step back, actually, and I think because there's several new people, I'm just going to talk a little bit more broadly about our projects and our project scoring and kind of get everyone prepared so you know what's going to happen on March 25th, because that meeting is definitely a little bit different than every other meeting we do throughout the course of a year. So I think where I'm going to start is I'm just going to talk about just Blue Ribbon projects in general. So what we have available for us within Blue Ribbon is $450,000 that we're able to allocate to various projects. That the intention behind these projects is to help improve Blue Ribbon fisheries. So a lot of the projects you see are for things like boat docks, fishing piers. You see marina improvements. You see a lot of habitat improvement projects. You also see some administrative projects proposed as well. But again, you know, the real end goal of all these projects is to do some work on the ground that are intended to make the experience for anglers better. One thing about these projects is I kind of looked over the last couple of years and noticed that the average project is pretty expensive. So it's about $400,000 for the average project that we're completing. So obviously, if we only have $450,000 available, it means our money doesn't go very far. So what we do is we often pay for our projects using multiple funding sources. I'm going to show an example of this, I think, on the next slide. But we've cobbled together money from a bunch of different sources so we could spend that on those kind of more expensive projects like I talked about. And also, these multiple funding sources often require matches from other sources in order to be eligible for the money. So we're often combining these multiple sources of money together, and it allows us to leverage the funding and create funding matches and get the money we need to complete the work we're doing. So Blue Ribbon is just one of these funding sources. So I'm just going to throw up an example here. You're going to see a project proposal. This is actually from last year, but this is for a new boat ramp at Chicken Creek East at Strawberry Reservoir. Total cost of the project, the region's projecting it being about $887,000. Well, if you kind of break down their funding request, they actually asked for $25,400 from Blue Ribbon, $25,400 from Habitat Council. The Utah Office Outdoor Recreation threw in $100,000, Trout Unlimited threw in $2,000, Strawberry Anglers Association threw in $5,000, Wasatch County threw in about $64,000. They also got a grant from the Motor Road Access Fund for about $666,000. So when you add all those together, that's how we came up with the money to complete this project. It's to that $888,000 or so dollars. So this is pretty common. This is how we operate. We often find a project that we think we need to complete, and we shop it around to a lot of funding sources so we can cobble together the money we need to complete that project. So that's kind of at least the funding side of Blue Ribbon in a nutshell. Now, our next meeting is what we call our joint meeting with Habitat Council. So that is another council that the Division of Wildlife has. It's another advisory council. It's just made up of people from the public who are intended to help advise the Division of Wildlife on various projects that are completed. So really, functionally, the Habitat Council is, in a lot of ways, pretty similar to Blue Ribbon. Their focus is on habitat-related projects in both terrestrial and aquarium. So they don't just work in the water like we do for Blue Ribbon. Their funding is, they have a little bit more funding than Blue Ribbon. It is a little bit variable from year to year, but usually they've got about $2 million, maybe give or take about $500,000 that is available for aquatic-related projects across the state each year. When you combine Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council together, they provide really the two primary sources of funding that comes from the Division of Wildlife for the completion of various aquatic-related projects. And often the projects request funds from both sources, so Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council, so they can split the costs and help reduce the burden of the expenses of any one of those funding sources. So that's why we combine these two meetings together. So you got two kind of parallel councils. You have Blue Ribbon, you have Habitat Council, both have pots of money. And because of the cost of these projects, a lot of times biologists shop both for potential funding. So kind of getting into this meeting that we're going to have next month, This is our annual meeting. We do this every March for Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council come together and to review the project proposals that are coming from our biologists and other sources like Trout Unlimited, usually throw some proposals in, and some municipalities as well. But we're only reviewing the projects, at least for the bulk of the meeting, that come from both sources. That's what we're going to do in the morning. And in the afternoon, there's some projects that are only considered, or only looking for dollars from Blue Ribbon. So we'll look at those projects in the afternoon. So what I'm going to do after today's meeting is I'll send a list of projects so you're able to see the projects that are being proposed. I think right now there's 15 or 16 projects that have been proposed to date that are going to involve Blue Ribbon dollars for the next year. I'm going to get into this in a little bit more detail, but you're able ahead of the meeting to find some information about these projects by going to the website wri.utah.gov, and I'll give kind of an overview of that site in a minute. Every one of the projects that's proposed has a unique identification number, like this project for Chicken Creek, it's 5797, and I'll get into that in a minute. And then when I send the list to you, it'll be hyperlinked, so the projects are easier to find. So just to kind of show you what I mean by all this, this is that webpage that I just talked about, wri.utah.gov. If you go to this webpage, what you have up here is kind of this hourglass. And what you could do is you could type in that project number. So I think it was 5797 for the Chicken Creek boat ramp. You can see how the project came up. And then you can press enter, and then it'll bring up information about the project. You're able to type words in here as well. So if you say curious about projects that we've completed on Fish Lake, you can get a complete history of projects, and you can select the project you're interested in. So that's another way to go about it. But anyway, when you type that in, what you're going to get is kind of this title page that has a description of the project location, who's proposing the project, the region, the lead agency, the year it's going to be implemented, and the funding source. And then you have a lot of key stuff over here in these tabs. So this project detail tab brings up some other details on the project. So the need, the objectives, some of the threats and risks, and a bunch of other categories here. Some aren't usually very relevant for aquatics, but they're there. So anyway, there's more information that you can read on the projects. You go over there, there's a finance page that's kind of split into two parts. So the finance page outlines kind of what they're going to spend the money on. So in the case of this one, I noticed they're proposing $227,500 for putting cement in place for making the boat ramp, for example. But you can see kind of the breakdown of the funding request and how they're going to spend the dollars. And then down at the bottom of the page, you have their funding sources. So these are the places they're going to get the money from to accomplish the project. So in this case, they're proposing from Habitat Council for that amount, Blue Ribbon. These are the same numbers I showed earlier. So the Utah Office Outdoor Recreation, Trout Unlimited, Strawberry Anglers Association, Wasatch County, and the Motorboat Access Fund are all pitching in money to complete the work that's being proposed there. They have a finance page. They have a species page. This becomes a little less relevant for aquatics, but it kind of talks about the species that might be affected by the work. There's a habitat page. Again, this is probably less relevant for aquatic than a terrestrial project. Seed, that's not even relevant for aquatic projects as a terrestrial project thing. And then finally, there's some images and stuff like that where you're able to kind of click through and just see, kind of pictures of, they're maybe referred to in the other descriptions you read. So anyway, that's how you find information about the projects. Like I said, what I send you is going to have the project ID number, so you're able to kind of type in that number and see them, or I'm going to hyperlink them, so you're able just to click on the title of the project. It'll take you right to the appropriate page here on this WRI webpage, so you can learn more about that project. Okay, is there any questions on that before I move forward?
Hey, Ren, do you want us to comment on them if we already have an account?
You can comment on them if you want. You don't need to establish account and comment, though, necessarily. That's something that's available, but certainly that's not expected from Blue Ribbon. So what you're going to hear at the next meeting on the 25th is you're going to have the project leads for every project that's asking Blue Ribbon dollars stand up and give a short presentation. This is going to be a virtual meeting, so it'll be done virtually, but you'll hear a short presentation, probably a couple, 3, 4, 5 minutes, where they provide a description of each project. And what they normally do is they go to that same WRI webpage that I showed you, and they kind of just run through those different tabs. So usually they show off the pictures and show off the budget and give you kind of an idea of what they're proposing and what they're going to spend money on for that particular project. And then as Blue Ribbon members, you're asked to score these projects. And I'm going to go into that here in a second. But again, is there any additional questions before I move on to the scoring part? Okay. So moving on to scoring. So you're going to listen to each project get described one by one. And then as you're listening to each project, there's 5 questions that you need to consider. So the first question is, to what degree does this project enhance fish populations? The second question is, to what degree does this project enhance fish habitat? The third question is, to what degree does this project enhance angler access? The fourth is, do you feel this project helps provide the staffing needs that the Division of Wildlife Resources requires to successfully accomplish our aquatics goals? And then the fifth question is, do you feel this project has a high likelihood of successfully accomplishing its intended goals? So you're going to consider those 5 questions as you hear each project. The first 4 questions, and I'll send out these questions and some more information after this meeting, so you don't have to write this down or memorize this, but the first 4 questions are entirely subjective. And what you're going to do is you're going to score each of these questions as you consider each project on a 0 to 10 scale, where 0 is that you perceive that this project has no benefit. So for instance, if you're considering question 1, does it have no benefit or any benefit to fish populations, for example? And 10 is going to be the maximum benefit that you can imagine that that project is going to provide, again, to fish populations, fish habitat, angler access, etc. Question 5 is a little bit different. This is simply a yes/no question. So if you feel the project has a high likelihood of being successful at accomplishing its intended goals, you're going to give it 5 points. If you don't think it has a high likelihood of success, you give it 0 points. So those are the 5 questions that you guys consider. Now, is there any questions on that? Yeah.
Can I ask a question about the evaluation of the scoring?
Yeah.
Hypothetical project for a boat dock or a fishing access pier or something. Those things aren't going to increase fish populations or habitat, but they're going to be a 10 on number 3. So if you get a 0, 0, and a 10, do boat docks or fishing piers ever get successfully scored?
Yeah, they do get successfully scored. You know, what you kind of see, I feel like, for these projects, particularly if you consider questions 1 through 4, usually you get some 0s in there, and one of those questions the project scores well on. I think, you know, we've kind of acknowledged this as being a deficiency of our scoring, but it's something probably we need to look at down the road. But I think in the end of the day, I think we've shown that the scores seem to be fair, and I think that the projects that deserve to get funded end up getting the funding. So it seems to work out, but yeah, no, that what you point out is definitely a deficiency, and it probably is something we need to look at a little bit more down the road. Just a comment following up, funding for internships, Blue Ribbon internships for summer employees. It's really hard to score them, the proposals to fund these positions, but you could imagine that having a tech present would actually enhance a fish population somehow. And so there's it gets a little tricky, but I guess the goal is really to rank projects, because you have a finite number of projects coming before you, and some score higher than others, and so it's hard to figure out exactly how to score some of them, but you end up with a score that ranks projects, and those that the group tends to think would be the best way to spend money tend to rise to the top. Yeah, Bert's right on that. And yeah, use your creativity. I know this is kind of subjective, but you're going to see some staffing ones, for example. And, you know, question 4 is all about staffing. So you figure a staffing project is going to score very well in that question. The other questions, it might not be a 0. You know, that person they're hiring is going to help with fish populations and habitat, angler access, and you probably do want to consider assigning at least some points associated with that, granted that it's a little less direct, I guess, because you're hiring a staff person to work on that versus actually installing a structure of some kind. So, I have a question, Randy. Yeah. How do we know on 4 that it accomplishes the goal of the division?
on staffing. I've struggled with that last year, and I'm looking at it here again. So we might need a little more direction on how we actually score that. You know, how do we evaluate that question?
Yeah, I need to put some thought on that. That's a good question, and I'll come up with some guidance ahead of the meeting on that.
Okay.
Okay, so the other thing that's happening is you guys consider these 5 questions. There's actually 4 more questions that come into play, and Bert kind of touched on this earlier, but I actually handle the scoring of these because these are more objective questions during the presentation. So the 4 questions are, is this a blue ribbon focused project water? Second one is, were the fiscal details presented? The third one is, are there other partners providing funding to this project? And the fourth one is monitoring and or reporting of findings mentioned. So what I do is, while you guys are scoring those other 5 questions, I score these 4 questions. They're yes, no questions. If the answer is no, I give 0 points. If it's yes, I give 5 points. So there's nothing in the middle. It's either 0 or it's 5. The reason that we've kind of gone with this is because if you add the 5 questions you guys answer plus the 4 questions I answer, that's 9 questions. That's a lot for you guys to have to score during a 3 to 5 minute meeting or a presentation, I guess. So these presentations go fast. That's a lot for you to have to consider. And honestly, these are very objective. So only Fish Lake and Lost Creek Reservoir are going to get points on question 1 because those are the only focus waters that we're considering. And then the other presentations, or the other 3 questions, I score a yes if there's any mention whatsoever of those items during the presentation, and no if there's no mention. So that's kind of how I handle it. My scores, you guys will be able to see my scores, so you guys are welcome to ask questions or object if I get something wrong. So there's transparency there, but that's just kind of how we've handled it traditionally. So that's the scoring. So I think the last slide I've gotten, it kind of leads to the question of how do you submit your scores? And there's a few ways that we can accept for this. The preferred method is a spreadsheet, and I'll show you that spreadsheet, but I'll send you the link to the spreadsheet after this meeting. I'll also send out a copy of just a blank sheet that you could print off. It's kind of a template that you can fill out and handwrite your scores. And honestly, at the end of the day, I'll accept the scores any way you get them to me. So if you want to fill out the spreadsheet, that's awesome. If you guys want to mail me a blank sheet that you filled out, I'm fine with that. I'll take them over the phone. I'll take pictures, you know, emails, whatever. So I'm pretty indifferent, but again, that preferred method is that spreadsheet. And I'm asking for the scores to be returned to me by April 17th, which is 1 day before the next Blue Ribbon meeting, or I guess the meeting after the scoring meeting. So that gives me a day to kind of tally the scores up. So I might have to go this way here. I'm going to show the spreadsheet. It'll load for me. Taking a second here. I'll make that a little smaller.
While it's loading, notice there are tabs along the bottom. Make sure you're working in your own tab. Otherwise, we're all going to score for Ben.
It happened to Bert one year, I think.
Yes,
yeah,
it did.
So there, every sheet's identical. Well, I shouldn't say that, but every sheet with one of your names under it is identical. There's a couple other sheets, like my sheet's a little different. This total score sheet's a little different. But anyway, make sure you're working in the tab that's your project. We have all the projects lined up along here. What you can do is I've hyperlinked all the projects. So if you float over one of these blue numbers here, it'll bring up a link. You just click on that link, and it'll take you directly to the WRI webpage with that description of that project. So you're able to go ahead of time and kind of read on these projects if you want to. You don't have to do it, but a lot of people, I think, spend a few minutes kind of reviewing the projects and getting just the basic gist of what that project's about. So what you're going to do is I will probably at some point change the order of these projects. I won't change the projects themselves, but I'll change the order so they're the same order that they're presented. I just haven't seen the agenda yet. So you're able to just kind of start on row 1, go row 2. And then what I've got across the top here are the 4 questions, or I guess 5 questions for you in the same order. So to what degree does this project enhance fish populations? To what degree does this project enhance fish habitat? To what degree does this project enhance angler access? Does this project provide the staffing needs the division requires to successfully accomplish our aquatics goals? And do you feel this project has a high likelihood of success? So those are the same 5 questions. And as you're listening to these presentations, all you need to do is you'll notice this little downward arrow next to each of these. You just got to click that arrow, and then you just put whatever number you feel is the appropriate number in for that project. So I'm just going to say put some numbers in here. So I just arbitrarily made those numbers up, but it'll sum up over here your total number of points, but you just do that for every project. And then what you'll be able to track during the meeting too is if you go to this tab down here called total scores, what it'll do is, again, it'll show all the projects. It'll show the total number of points for the projects. This one's 18 so far. Only Ben's put a score in it because I entered some numbers for Ben arbitrarily, but that's the 18 points that you see. So you'll be able to see them kind of automatically tally up as we go, so you can see how these projects are ranking out.
Randy, I just noticed something. If you look in column G, you shouldn't be able to put a 2 there. It's a 0 or a 5.
That's a good point. I will change that before the meeting, so you only have 2 choices, 0 or 5. Okay, so that's the overview of that. And again, you don't have to use this. The nice thing about using this is it does some of the work for us, but you know, if you don't want to use it, that's fine. Just get me the score some other way, through an email, or you can send me take a picture of a scoring sheet. People have done that before, and just email me that picture. I'm fine with that. All that works for me. So. Okay, is there any questions on this?
I guess just a comment, there's a real big advantage in using the spreadsheet in that you have the hyperlinks there as you walk through the projects and hear the pitches. The launching the WRI page is just a click away. Another thing is when I first went through this 5 years ago, we were working with single sheets of paper, and the single sheets of paper you didn't want to use pen on because you frequently were thinking back through and making changes to your scores. So it's nice to have it in this electronic format. But if you do want to do it with pen and paper, don't use pen, use pencil and paper, and have an eraser handy. So those are my comments.
And just a couple comments on it. So that one I showed you is called Google Sheets. There's no software you have to download. It'll just load on your web browser. One thing that trips people up is there's no save button. Your stuff is saved automatically when you enter the information, so you don't have to do anything else. The other thing is you can change your scores. I'm setting that kind of drop dead date April 17th. You're welcome to go back in and change those values. So you're not committed once you put a value in. As you consider the project a little bit more, you can tweak the numbers, and that's fine.
And it helps a lot to familiarize yourself with just the basic information. In some cases, just the simplest description of what the individual projects to be scored are, so that you're like ready to hear about that project when someone makes the pitch.
Yeah, I think it's helpful to at least thumb through them. You don't need to know all the ins and outs, but if you're just aware of the projects and kind of the basic gist of what the project is, I think it's helpful going into the meeting. I think another thing I'll just point out quickly is I think this meeting is going to start an hour earlier than traditionally, so a 9 a.m. start versus a 10 a.m. start. It's a week later than we normally hold it, so I think it's on the 25th versus the 18th. And then the other thing is you'll probably see entirely different people in this meeting. You'll see everyone from Blue Ribbon, but then Habitat Council will be on. And traditionally, Eric Edgley, who's the Habitat Section Chief, he's the guy who runs the meeting. So you'll see less of a presence of Bert and I and more of Eric running the show. So it just has a different feel for a meeting, but yeah, I think you'll get used to it pretty quickly.
Will all presentations be for Blue Ribbon, or will there be some projects discussed that are not applicable to Blue Ribbon?
All will be applicable to Blue Ribbon. So what we'll do is we'll start the meeting by hearing projects that are asking for Blue Ribbon dollars and Habitat Council dollars. So both of them, those projects will be applicable. Then at some point in time, we're going to have to break out because there are some projects that we have that only ask for Blue Ribbon dollars and don't ask for Habitat Council dollars. We'll listen to those separately. I'll have to arrange that, but that'll be also on March 25th. I think that'll probably be us hopping over to a different meeting link after the first part of the meeting's done.
One of the things I found on the first meeting I attended before I was actually on the council, I thought, holy cow, all of these projects are pretty amazing. And I remember talking to Randy one time and going, wow, these are all amazing. And he said, yeah, they pretty much learned not to bring any project forward that's not worth looking at. And I that really helped me, because then I could go, okay, these are all great. Where do we really want to spend our dollars? At least it helped me.
And you're right. And the challenge is, these are all, I think, very worthy projects, every single one of them. The problem is we only have a finite number of dollars, and there's more requests than, dollars that are available. So this is where the ranking comes in, so we can make some rational, educated decisions on what gets funded and non-funded. And it's nothing against projects that don't get funded, because they probably really deserve it. It's just we have to make a cutoff somewhere.
And then incidentally, these are referred to as fiscal year 22 projects, because the funding cycle begins July 1, 2021 and ends June 30th, 2022. That's fiscal year 22. So you'll often hear towards the end of the year, kind of like what Natalie mentioned earlier, she redirected some funds that she was going to use for an intern, but because of COVID, I believe, she ended up not being able to spend those, and asked Randy and I if it would be okay to proceed with putting those towards the radio tags for the carp location project in Pelican. So there will be some horse trading. There will be funding coming from different sources. And Randy, I don't know if you want to say anything more about that, but we do our best to evaluate them. The division considers the scores, and sometimes things get adjusted for various reasons.
Yeah, things do get adjusted for various reasons, and it's okay. I think we mix and match at the end of the day. I think we've done things like, maybe Habitat Council has some extra dollars floating around. We've asked them to fund some projects, maybe a little higher dollar amounts that have been proposed, just with the idea that then they could pick up a little bit of money and free up some blue ribbon dollars to go to other things, for example. To get to your kind of thing with Natalie, this is just kind of an FYI for everyone. These projects, the money has to be spent within one fiscal year. So within, July 1st of this year through June 30th of 2022. The money doesn't roll over, can't move on to the next year. So there's a finite amount of time that I'll just have to spend them. So in the case of what Bert was talking about with that project in the Northeastern region, Natalie got in a position where she wasn't going to spend some of her intern money. And rather than letting that money just expire and go away, it made sense for her to spend that money on something else, so we get some benefit from that.
All right, any questions? Any further questions? It's pretty self-explanatory. If you've never been through it before, it's nice if you can have a computer nearby where you can launch the projects and do scoring as well. I'll probably have 2 computers going, but at any rate, one final comment that came to mind is, back when I started, we didn't have a concept of focal waters. And that's a new concept in the last 5 or 6 years, where there was a recognition that there are some waters that are priorities for Blue Ribbon to make a significant investment in. And we wanted to make sure that these waters were identified as priorities and therefore could receive funding, additional funding, so that it wasn't a matter of, scattering smaller amounts of money that wouldn't actually allow big projects to get completed on specific waters that were targeted to be the focus of that year or those couple of years. And Pelican Lake is a prime example of that. Fish Lake as well, and then more recently Lost Creek Reservoir. Okay, I would like to move on. We're running out of time here. It's about 2:45. Steering committee report. And steering committee is basically the chair, the vice chair, and any chair of waters or outreach. And we met last Tuesday, February 16th, and talked through many of the things that we discussed today. I don't really have anything new to point out except for 1 or 2 items. First and foremost, I am reminded that the last time we met in person was February 2020. And so this blasted pandemic has been with us for a year. I remember talking to Ken after that meeting. And Although it's been a pain to move to this online format, I think it's worked pretty well. Our first online meeting, in fact, was this joint meeting with Habitat Council, but we ended up pushing it back to April because it took us a while to figure things out. We were going to meet in person, and then that got changed and we met online. So here we are a year later, and we haven't been able to meet in person except for our wonderful field trip to Lost Creek Reservoir in September. And I'm hoping that there will be a field trip to Big Sand Wash, Red Fleet in 2021. And maybe we'll get that started. Sounds like Rex is asking for it, and Natalie's willing once she's back from Florida to help coordinate that. And Ben, hopefully you'll still be with us at that time, so you can join us and show us your spots on Red Fleet.
I'll be there for sure.
Okay. Well, we first have to get Natalie to make the fish reappear, the fish that have gone away during during the winter, gone into hiding. The two other things from steering committee, one is a project that Randy will put on the agenda, not for fiscal year 22, but for fiscal year 23. Historically, Blue Ribbon has paid a faculty member from Utah State University to look at the economic impacts of the council on the state of Utah, and the council, not the council, the resource, the Blue Ribbon Fisheries of Utah. So this is something we haven't done in a while, but it is something we need to do because we need to justify our existence and prove to members of the legislature and also the upper levels of the Division of Wildlife Resources and Department of Natural Resources that Blue Ribbon is doing good things for people throughout all the way to the 6 corners of the state, as I like to say. Randy, did you want to say anything more about that?
No, it's going to be a proposal. I'll begin working on it this year, kind of get that in place. But I think this is really important. You know, we've been talking the last couple of years of taking our $450,000 and maybe asking for a little bit more money that we could throw around. And, you know, that we've kind of got some pushback from the director's office within the division where they want us to really justify the use of that money and that economic assessment and getting that redone seems to be really paramount to making that happen. So we'll get it done so we can, you know, kind of move forward and have that. It's good information. The last report was really interesting. It definitely showed that just having the name Blue Ribbon in front of a water makes people more inclined to go fish that water, spend more money at that water. And, you know, that's what we found 10 years ago. Be interesting to see if it's still that way today, or if maybe people are willing to spend even more money today on the Blue Ribbon water than they have historically.
And indeed, that's part of our mandate to support the outer reaches. And, you know, Blue Ribbon fisheries are distributed throughout the state. So that's why we have the regional representatives, and that's why we look at waters in all the corners of the state. So I strongly support getting that economic impact survey done again fairly soon, because it is very useful. When I've given talks at the AFS and before Trout Unlimited, it's nice to have those data to mine for your presentation. The other thing, and I mentioned this, actually, several of you are on the Utah Anglers Coalition, and if you're not, you should consider it. It's a group of fishing groups or angling groups with interests in angling, and it meets on second Tuesday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m. And the last time we met, or actually 2 times ago, the Utah Angling Coalition has been getting a little more politically active. And this started actually during primary season before the last general election. The Utah Angling Coalition reached out to the major candidates to see if they'd be willing to appear and talk to these representatives of angler groups. And we had former Governor Huntsman appear. Governor Cox was unable to fit it into his schedule, but after the election, Governor Cox's senior advisor for community outreach, his name is Mike Maurer. Mike was able to join the Utah Anglers Coalition meeting and hear about anglers' interests in the state. And again, I say The Utah Anglers Coalition is a coalition of groups, different groups: Strawberry Anglers, Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, Utah Stream Access Coalition, Trout Unlimited, you name it, Rocky Mountain Anglers. All of these folks, and Salt Lake Fish and Game, no longer association, but foundation. So it's a really useful place to talk about angling issues sort of beyond the confines of Blue Ribbon. And again, it's every second Tuesday. Roger Wilson, former aquatics director, is the chair and is doing a great job directing the Utah Anglers Coalition. But it was nice to meet Mike Maurer, the governor's senior advisor for community outreach. And I hope to sit down with him and tell him about my experience on the Blue Ribbon Fisheries program, what the program is about, and what good things it does for the state. You know, Governor Cox, of course, was the assistant to Governor Herbert for several years, so he's no stranger to government, but he brings a different perspective in that he is from Fairview and he continues to maintain his residence in Fairview. He purposefully does not want to move to the Wasatch Front during his time in office, and I think I commend him for that. I wouldn't want to make the commute, but he does. But I would like for Governor Cox to become aware of what Blue Ribbon is. After all, it was created by executive order way back when. And so I think I'm going to try to set up a meeting with Mike Maurer. And if I'm able to do that, he mentioned he'd be more available after the legislative session. If I'm able to do that, I will be happy to report back. But I think a one-on-one with Mike Maurer, purposefully without Division of Wildlife personnel there, just to provide a citizen's perspective. So hopefully I'll be able to make that happen as one of the last things I do. But I would encourage those of you, when you start looking at these projects, to think about what it is that Blue Ribbon does. The fact that we have this pot of money, $450,000 to spend. There has been a dramatic increase in angling and angling pressure in the state this past year. And whether or not that will be maintained post-COVID remains to be seen. But certainly there are a lot of anglers, first-time anglers, and if we can begin to inform them about Blue Ribbon Fisheries and what we do as a council and how we fund these projects to improve their angling resources, I think that'll help. We'll have a lot of fans among the new anglers. And I made a big point of this last meeting. Outreach with Randy's prodding and Rex's prodding. Outreach has done a fantastic job. The handbook, the regulations handbook, for the very first time has a full page describing the Blue Ribbon Fisheries program in Utah. If you haven't seen that, you should look it up. Each of the individual waters that has special regs, where it's a blue ribbon water, has a little blue ribbon icon to indicate that it's Blue Ribbon. So I'm excited by the prospects for outreach and social media, and we're finally going to get some more exposure in that regard. So kudos to Randy, to Rex, and to outreach for realizing, you know, we need to tell all these new anglers about all the great things we have here in the state. So that's the chair and steering committee report. And I didn't know if Rex had anything to add regarding outreach, or if Randy had any final comments. Got about 4 minutes left.
Drop me just for a moment, Randy. I just so you know, we've got Paul Scouten, who's going to talk about catfishing. We've got him lined up for June, and he was so excited. He did a presentation once before down in Vineyard, but something like talked to Michael, and he said he can do some filming, and we're trying to get the schedule for that. And but Paul was excited. By the time he got back to me the second time, he had 2 or 3 of his buddies lined up that they're all going to be down there. We'll do some filming from my boat, and then they'll be in their float tubes and hopefully be able to get some catfish on and be able to show some equipment and stuff. Ben's been willing. I think we decided sometime in June for walleyes out at Starvation, and then Jared Johnson that owns the tackle shop down in Spanish Fork. He's been willing to help us with some kokanee stuff. So all of those are lined up. We've reached out. Randy and I have talked a little bit about doing a blue ribbon checklist, and we're not sure exactly how we want to do it, but something where we have a whole list of the blue ribbon fisheries in the state of Utah, maybe have it down southern and then central and then northern, so that if people went to, oh, I've been to Gunlock, gee, I'll run over to Kolob or I'll do something, because I know me personally, I started looking at the blue ribbon fisheries in on the DWR website and thought, gee, I've been to there and there and there. And it may get it so we can get folks a little bit more focused on, well, I'll finish this out and make it kind of like the Cutthroat Slam, only it'll be a blue ribbon slam. So anyhow, there are some things that are going on, and I've sent to Randy just a real rough temperature chart of where fish are active. Clint got volunteered to at least take a look at it. He wasn't aware that it was getting volunteered, but I did volunteer him and send it on to him. So anyhow, there are some things going on with outreach, and I think being able to work with Russ and Larry now, I'll get this passed on and get the people and the contacts, and we'll just keep moving forward with this. And of course, of this sheet that Randy's come up with, so that we're out there getting stuff out all the time. We should get more attention into outreach and have more people aware of Blue Ribbon, because it's certainly a wonderful program.
All right, thanks, Rex. Randy, do you have any final comments?
I don't have any final comments.
All right, we'll be looking for an email from you with a link to the Google Sheets scoring sheet for our scoring meeting. Our next meeting again is Thursday, March 25th. That's a week later than usual. It's a joint meeting with Habitat Council. Sounds like we'll be starting at 9 a.m. on the 25th. So until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and hope to see you soon in March. But the fishing is starting to pick up. So get out there and fish some blue ribbon waters. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.